If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
That's right. Mature audiences only. What can we do? What can we do? How are you guys tonight? Welcome back to the show. It's going to be a good one. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Had a couple of good days off, took all day Sunday. Did the show Monday. The show Monday was good. The show Monday was really good. Didn't do anything yesterday but surf around the interwebs and chat with a few people here and there. Not too much. Just a little bit. It's been an interesting week out there in the wide world of streaming. And man, we got some fucked up people out there, guys. I swear we do. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know that I care enough to even think about what to do about it, but man, we got some fucked up people out there. Who we have out there in the chat tonight? Let's go. Woody Johnson was first. Welcome, sir. Awesome. Good to see you guys. Simperius came by calling me grandpa. That's not fair. I'm not a grandpa yet, but I hope I should be here in the next 5 or 10 years, I guess. I should be might be a grandpa. Seriously, Shelby is obviously in the house. One of our mods, Bill Hicks, another mod in the house. K2, keep on trucking. Good to see you, sir. Ghost 1978. Ghost 1978 is everywhere, and he supplies me with so much information that I wouldn't otherwise have because I just don't get out nearly as much as this guy does. He's turned me on to some really good streams. So, Ghost, good to see you out there. I appreciate all that you do. Really do. TR Finley, Atom Ant, not Adamant, Atom Ant. Excellent. And of course, TR Finley is a sterling human being. Absolutely awesome. The Vengeful Truther, Nick, is out there. Good to see you, sir. Michelle is in the house. John Deadman's in the house. Let's go. Silvar Ogre is in the house. Damien, our parkour expert guy, is out there. Now, he has a stream, guys. If you haven't seen it, it's actually pretty good. You should go check it out. Because he's actually, building a good following, and I think he's doing good stuff. So he has a great stream as well. John Deadman already welcomed you. Good to see you, sir. We've got Mr. Boulay, our head mod, is in the house. Him in the Department of Numismatics. He's out there. He can make stuff happen. And we've got 13 Boujikan is out there. Good to see you, sir. Welcome to all of you guys and girls. Mikey Balls is out there. I like Mikey. He's a good guy, and his stream is awesome too. I caught his stream the other day, and it was very excellent. Siege D in the house, modding things up. Excellent. Sport Brand in the house. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Good to see you. Mr. is in the house. Smoking Patriots in the house. Welcome. Let's go. Viking Paradigm. Skull Brother. You are in the house. I see you out there. I see you, sir. I see you. All right. Are We Not Men is in the house. He's good to go. All you Raging Patriot 1776 is in the house. Man, we have got a full house tonight. All stars, each and every one of you guys. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but we're damn near 9,000 subs, guys. 9,000. Well, 8,007, 730 some odd subs. I fully expect us to hit 10K by the weekend. A lot of that is due, almost all of that, honestly, is due to the videos that I did in Vegas and the proper promotion of those. It's I used the tools that YouTube gave me, and I'm, guys, there's no secret to it, and I did a lot of not a lot of I did some experimenting, and I found the format that just makes it happen, and that's been good for us. So make sure you guys hit the like, share, comment, do all the things. I see you out there. Are you crazy? I see you in the house. But John Deadman, it's not weird, brother. It's science. I exploited the algorithm the way that I should, and if you can't do it, if somebody else tries it and they can't do it, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. You can't make people subscribe to your channel, but you can put out content that makes them want to know more, and that's what I've done. So that's and we're hopefully we'll hit 10K, and then we'll come in. Hopefully those people keep coming in and watching. That's right, Davrick. The interview with Davrick, those two, I did two clips from that. And look, I'm perfectly open about this. The two clips from Davrick were I have basically 3 or 4 clips there that I could use because they don't have anything political in them. You can't put anything political out. And a lot of my stuff has political connotations. Pardon me. So when Glenn chopped those up for me, he did an excellent job. The content is excellent. It's engaging, and people click through. That's what happens. The first clip that I put up with Davrick, which was the value of a good wife, got 962,000 impressions, and it was responsible for almost 3,000 subs directly. Like, people that watched that video while they were watching the video, they hit subscribe. So it's just simply, a matter of taking the tools that YouTube gives us and using them and doing the best job we can. And yeah, so hopefully 10K is right around the corner, and let's just keep going. Yeah, the video with that one video with Black Ice has got 18,000 views and like 3,000 subs out of that one video. Yeah, and it's like a 13-minute video. It's great. So it's just but you got to have something people like. If you put out junk, I had another video that didn't do nearly as well, and I actually promoted it more, but it just couldn't do it. Well, Glenn did a great job for me. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Viking gets it, man. You got to have content that is engaging, but it's not conflicting, and YouTube doesn't hate it, and it gets put in the right spots. And I had to curate a bunch of videos before I got to the videos that worked. And again, there's a formula, and if you hit the formula, it works 100%. So right. Yep. Yeah. So I'm anyway, guys, so that's so hopefully we get 10K subs. Now, this is largely a vanity metric for me, but what it does is it does get to stream in front of a lot more people. That's great. I need more people to come in. I need to generate more revenue out of this stream to make it worthwhile to keep it going. And we just have to do that. And that's just it. I see you out there, Cheryl. I see you out there, Amanda. I'm not ignoring you. I was just in the middle of that discussion, and did not want to interrupt myself. But yeah, welcome, and glad that you guys could make it tonight. Means a lot to me. So yeah. So again, guys, I'm not not really having a when people say that I'm buying subs, if you'll hear that out there, you'll hear people say that I'm doing this or doing that, and I should be, that whatever. I'm really not. It's simply a matter of working that algorithm, doing the best I can, um, and making it happen. I mean, that's all there is to it. That's all I can do. Um, so it's there's nothing else I can do about it. That's a the and there's not a whole lot. There's really not a whole lot to it. I actually, you would think that it would be a bigger deal, but it's not that big. I didn't, not buying subs. I'm not, there's no trickery here. Um, there's no um, there's nothing, no skullduggery. I love that word, skullduggery. Just simply using the tools that YouTube has given us to make it happen. So, and I have so far. So far, so good, right? So, I don't want to get stuck too much on it, but I do know. I mean, look, guys, last week we were at what 6,000, 5,000, something like that, and this week we're not even at the weekend, and we're almost at 10K. So, um, I don't know I don't care who you are. Somebody would be thinking that there is something crooked going on, but no, nothing crooked. Just good algorithm or use of algorithm, whatever. So, sorry, I'm doing more promotion stuff right now because I didn't do it pre-show like I should. There we go. That's it. And let's get back into this. There we go. Just buy the problem is, guys, is that if you buy subs, man, I'm telling you, YouTube will your channel will cease to exist. I'm just telling you right now. It'll be gone before you even imagine. It's so fast, and so that's never going to happen. And I didn't hire illegals. Thank you, Are We Not Men? That was a great. That's a great idea. So we're just going to another new subscriber there. All right, guys, and to remind you guys, the show is supported by my wallet, and I appreciate any input into that wallet from the audience. You can send super chats via YouTube or Streamlabs. If you do $20 via Streamlabs, it will TTS. It's great, works wonderful. So please don't feel afraid to do that. You can also Cash App me. I'm open to that as well. That's a great way to do things too. All the money then goes to me. YouTube does keep 30%. So if you can use Streamlabs, even if you don't want to do the TTS, that works as well. Yeah, it's a good time. Yeah, look, I really put a lot of work into this stream, guys. I do. Viking Paradigm that says that I'd also like to point out you got your stream hardwired too. I'm not sure if he means hardwired in because I ran a Cat 6 E cable out here so that I have very few bandwidth problems now. I really or just that I'm actually banging things out as best I can, and I deal with problems right up front, and really keep growing my community, growing the show. I'd really like to where I have, I would really like to get into that 500 to 1,000 live live chatters. I'm really trying to clean everything up and make things happen. and everything from the background, the equipment, all of it. It's all a matter of fine tuning it. It's all a matter of making things happen. And, and I'm doing the best I can. So, like I said, if you guys, you want to support the show, you can definitely do the super chats. You can also do, you can do memberships. I always forget the memberships, guys. So, please, if you want to, please consider becoming a member. Cheryl, good night. We will enjoy the stream. We're going to talk about some interesting stuff tonight. Get some big names to come on the panel. Yeah. I mean that's coming. That's coming. We're gonna have some more guests on the panel, and I'm actually set up. I'm now set up to be able to do live one-on-one interviews or two-on-one or whatever interviews here locally. So that's that's still, I'm dialing that in, but hopefully we'll get some live people on pretty soon. That'll be good. So yep, and the Discord helps a lot as well. So yeah, becoming a member really is, and it's the cost. And I've got mine set down to where it's a cost of a cup of coffee a month. We always have interesting things to talk about. One of the things I want to talk about this evening is this idea that for whatever reason, and I'm not really sure why it is, but there's this idea that seems to be prevalent that we can't be, it's not that we can't be friends, it's it's just that for some reason it seems like there's a lot of people working against each other versus working towards each other, or at least in line with each other in the content creator space. And you have to kind of wonder how much of that they hold over into the real world. So we'll all right. Hang on. Let me answer Siege's question here. So Siege, there are a number of podcast studios in my area because I'm right outside of Nashville. Even in the town that I'm in, there's a podcast studio right down from me that I can become a member of, and I can then use that space whenever I want. I just sign it up, and I can put in 2 or 3 hours, and we can go do a podcast there. So that works out really, really well. Pardon me. So it seems like there's a number of feuds in the creator space that I'm in. And I'm not really sure why that is, other than drama sells, right? Obviously. So, that if you're feuding with somebody, drama will sell. If you are, if maybe you aren't that great a creator and you can't think of things to talk about all the time, just being able to kind of rage at somebody fills the dead air space. And that's interesting. Rodney King, yeah, can't we just get along? No, we cannot get along. To hell with that. We're not doing that. Not doing that today. Yeah, the 4 fastest. Yeah, that's it. Viking has it here. We'll get that on screen in just a second. 4 fastest ways to tank a YouTube channel. Plain bad content. Look, if your shit sucks, it's not going to do well. If you buy bots, yep, that you're done. Absolutely done. YouTube will find out and they will kill your stream. Have bad connection, right? Yeah, I mean, if you're constantly going offline and having all kinds of problems, that's an issue. And number 4 is focus more on drama than content. Now, I bring this up because even you have to wonder how in the real world, a lot of these guys interface with regular humans, right? Like if you can't talk to somebody online, or if you're not willing to say something, online, or work something out online, what do you do offline, right? And I understand it. A lot of us have online personas that are vastly different than our in-person personas, and so it still makes me wonder, right? Like, why is it that there are people out there, or creators out there? I'm not even going to say people. There are creators that they can't do anything without creating some drama. Me personally, I try to stay out of it as much as I can. Now, I don't mind a little drama. And I'll be honest. And look, let's and Viking, you can come up here and challenge me on this, honestly, if you'd like, uh, in just a few minutes. Anybody can. I prefer not to have drama really at all. I would much rather just sit up here and talk about the cool stuff that's going on, which we're going to get into in just a few minutes. But for some reason, it seems like it seems like that maybe some types of streams have run their course, and the creators don't have anything else to talk about without bad mouthing other channels, bad mouthing other creators, and just basically being a bunch of jackasses. I don't know. And the drama knows where I am pretty much 24/7, Mikey Balls. That's for sure. I don't know why. I didn't give her my number, but she fucking knows where I'm at all the time. And I'm really trying. I'm going to move. I'm gonna move kind of away. I'm really just wanted to kind of point this out and talk. Just kind of talk about this for a couple of minutes and then move on. Right. I have noticed that as much as even me, I look, I don't have any problem. And I talked about this the other night with Michelle. I don't have any problem yelling at people. I don't have any problem acting like I'm really angry. I don't have any problem, kind of going after somebody. I don't usually do it on my channel. My channel is not for that. I'll go somewhere else and do it on somebody else's channel. And I apologize to her specifically because of an incident that happened on Sarah's channel, where somebody came in and they were making a bunch of noise, and I went after them, right? And I went after them pretty hard. And it was, it's not my channel. If I'd been told to drop it, I would have dropped it. Whatever, it would have been fine. But I'm not going to. I try really hard to not bring it here. And there are channels where you can go and settle your differences and just have at it, just be done. But then there are other channels that go around and they clip shit, and they edit things in a specific way and talk shit, and that's their only claim to fame. And they wonder how they don't get more than 1,500 subs, or a few subs, because why? It's drama. Everybody loves this. This is great. But the reality is that people like a very specific kind of drama, and you're not providing that specific hit that they want, and so they don't give a shit, and they're not going to sub, and they might watch it and they might laugh at it the one time, but then they're just going to move on with life. Okay, this is the way it is. I can go over to Chaotic Truth, and we can just absolutely destroy people over there and have a great argument and get all red-faced and angry and all that, because that's that kind of channel. This isn't. And I said all of that because I'm over it all. I just don't care anymore. Like, I don't care what people say. I don't care what people do. I don't care what videos you make. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You know? Yeah, I like CT's channel. I like to go there and have fun. And I'll continue to do so. But honestly, I don't really give a shit. Clip whatever you want, do whatever you want. And I would suggest that other people out there I suggest that other people out there with channels or that have hey, Joe Mobley, that have things kind of going on, I suggest they kind of take this attitude as well. Because as my theme song says, and I think that nobody else should either. And I think that if you are thinking about making a video, if you're thinking about making a video as a hit piece or whatever, rethink it, because honestly, nobody cares. We'll laugh at it. You'll get a few hundred views, whatever. But then it's gone and nobody cares. Sport Brand says, I'll give one fuck, but not two. That's right. That's right. And that's how everybody views it. I promise you. Welcome, Joe Mobley, to the show. I was just kind of opening with an observation of there's a lot of drama in channels that normally kind of don't really do the drama thing. And I just noticed that it seems like there's a lot of people that can't do
complaining.
Can't do anything but bitch. Angel Berber, there's a few people out there, but it's okay. It's okay. They don't care. They don't matter. Joe Mobley, if you haven't noticed, the sub count on the channel is 8,730 some odd. It may be more than that. I haven't refreshed.
Yeah.
I haven't refreshed it in a minute. But yeah. And the reason for that is something that I'm going to walk you through later, because you've got great content and you'll be able to grow your channel really, really quickly. So you need to be a part of that as well. All right. So Joe Mobley, how have you been? It's been a minute. Hadn't seen you. It's funny, guys. So the reason that this is interesting to me, guys, you guys don't know this. Joe Mobley called me up one day, or he said, hey, do you have time for a phone call? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I guess I give him a call. We lose signal in the middle of it. I try and call him back. He doesn't answer. I assume, the kids have a problem. The wife wants him, whatever. And I don't think anything about it. And then, I don't hear anything for a week. I'm like, dude, what happened? You okay? Because you were sick.
I'm alive.
Yeah, you were ill. Your kids were ill.
People have been messaging me on.
Is this guy's on hospital duty? Is his kid sick? Man, I was really kind of worried about you, brother. So I'm glad. I'm ecstatic that you're in good spirits and in good shape, sir.
Yeah, people have been hitting me, texting me, emailing me, hit me on Discord, asking if I'm alive, and haven't really tweeted. I'm healthy. I am alive. I'm still here. I'm still making content. But I've been pretty upfront about my line of work. Sometimes that requires ISO prep. Sometimes it requires some other kinds of things. Anyway, yeah, I'm totally healthy, totally fine. Still making sausage content. Releasing new products. I got some prototypes for the Uncloseted Conservative hats. Ding! And cool. I really like this one. I ripped this from Dirty Civilian, and I've asked them for permission. So this will not get out of prototype until I get permission. But it says build is greater than break, which is one of their mantras on Dirty Civilian. Great YouTube channel. Anyway, once I get permission, and I know they're going to give it to me. They're just, they get probably, if not thousands, many hundred emails Yeah, still here, still drinking bourbon, still complaining on the internet.
Making your
I'm
fist at the nets of the inter.
yeah. I'm glad that you texted me though, because I've not staged the show for tomorrow, so I actually need to do that work. And it works better if I'm in the studio to do it, if I'm like on my laptop out in the house. Anyway, this gave me a good excuse to get in front of the workstation.
I'm
do the
glad
thing.
that I
How
can help you, sir.
have you been, man?
I've been busy. I've been busy. You know, I've been trying to do my best to grow the to grow my channel. I spent the last 2 or 3 weeks. I observed what Glenn did to grow his channel, and he and I talked about it. And he said, "Hey, here's some things." And then so I took what he did, and then I ran a couple of tests, and I have it pretty well documented out what works. And I mean, I'm pretty positive I'll be at 10K subs by the end of the week. My and those are real. Those are people actually have to click subscribe to do that. And so I'm trying to do that, and we're trying to. I've got a bunch of other stuff I've been working in. Obviously, I'm always working on the studio, always refining stuff. I'm working on a couple of other minor projects. I can't really talk. Well, I mean, one major project I can't really talk about. And
Grid's dropping that OnlyFans, y'all. Here it comes.
No.
Finger and feet pics.
No.
I had to.
Yeah, no, it's okay, man. It's okay. I understand. I understand that nobody can resist the easy zing of the OnlyFans kick. You know, the kick in the teeth in the OnlyFans. We were just talking about drama because it seems like there's a bunch of channels out there. And here's the thing: I don't actually watch this. I really don't have time to watch a lot of content. Like, I really have to go out of my way to watch other people's content. And so I do so very selectively. Robert Brooker, as a matter of fact, Redline oil is the only correct oil to use.
Really? Wait, is that for sports cars? I use
it is
oil platinum, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I was doing an oil change with the boy the other day, and I thought about while we were I just used the same thing out of habit, but while we were picking it up,
most cars,
like,
it doesn't matter. Most cars, it doesn't matter. Any quality oil works great. But I'll be honest with you, I'll tell you my exact experience why I use Redline oil and why I trust them over anybody else. First, though, I've got to recognize that we have Savage Red Recovery in the house. He's out there, guys. Savage is awesome. He was up if you guys don't remember, he was up on panel with me the other night. Him and Nig Tao and Osa the Healer. Great show. If you haven't seen that show, it's worth watching that show. At least, you know, even on double speed, it's worth watching it. Good to see you out there, Savage. Hope you enjoy the show tonight. So years ago, when I was a young fellow and poor, I ran a race car. It was an MG Midget 1500. And that engine turned about right at 10,000 RPM. So like your normal street car turns like 4,000 RPM, Redline's at 6. We shifted at 9 and could go to 10, right? And I ended up having to rebuild it. The format to run that car was I would build an engine in the off season, and I would build a spare engine, and then we would run the engine up until runoffs, and then I would switch one race before runoffs, and then we would run the car for the race before the runoffs, and then go to the runoffs on the engine with one race in it, and then that engine would be in the car for the following season. And without fail, I would have to, there'd be a little bit of a ridge, and the cylinder bores would have to be rehoned and all of that. And sometimes we'd have to bore the blocks. And then I was using Valvoline, whatever, not race. They didn't have a true race oil, but it was kind of their performance series of oils. And because they sponsored the SCCA, and I was one of those, hey, they're helping pay for me to be here, so why not? And then the year that I went to the runoffs, literally like 13 out of the 18 class winners or division winners, they all ran Redline oil. Like, it was crazy. And so I started talking to some of them. I said, hey, man, what's the deal? He's like, I've never lost an engine on Redline. I don't know that you could lose an engine on Redline. You've really got to try it. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. So we ran Redline the next 3 seasons. And after the first season, and we would change the Valvoline, we would change the oil before every race. Like, literally the oil would only have like 10 hours on it, and we would change it. It would still, we still had a lot of wear. With the Redline, it got to where we would change the oil when we changed the engine. Like, that's the only reason that we would change the oil, was to change the engine. It was so good that the first year when I tore the engine down to rebuild it before runoffs, there was no measurable wear in the cylinder bores. Right? There was none, like zero wear. And we were able to consistently lighten the spring tension without getting blow by. And I mean, it was just it was such a massive difference. I became a Redline believer at that moment, and I've used their products forever. I use it for everything. I'll pay the difference. I don't care. And I have a ton of stories. Like, we had a guy who had a 3000 GT VR4 who blew the transfer case apart, drove the car home on just the oil that was left clinging to the gears. Like, all of the oil fell out of it, and just the oil on the gears. He was able to drive home. And then for qualifying at Laguna Seca, and basically everywhere we ran the Formula Fords, we would drain the gearbox oil out of the cars before qualifying and run the cars on just the oil that was clinging to the gears for qualifying. And you can't do that with anything else. Like, you just don't. I mean, like people just don't understand that this is just crazy, man. And so I have so much faith in it, in every one of their products, that you can't get. It's hard to get me to use anything else. Now, Motul is good oil. There's some other Ineos is good oil, but it stinks. And so there's a lot of good stuff out there, but if I'm involved, it's probably going to have Redline in it, because that's my go-to.
So I'm completely distracted right now. Viking Paradigm, is that 2 stream decks attached together?
Dude, he has got
there.
the spaceship.
Yes, I have 2 stream decks mounted here on a whole bunch of clamps. And
I'm shocked he doesn't have the new professional stream deck, the PR30 or whatever it is. It's rack mountable. Can
you take like a screenshot or something, or even like what? How does that look from the side?
He's got a camera.
Because I would totally do that right now.
These are actually aluminum cell phone mounts from like Amazon. I don't know if they even have them anymore, but they let you there's like a slider on the back and stuff like that, and you can adjust them out to about what is it, like 8 inches or whatever, I think. So that's why I can actually clamp onto them. So you got to get they're heavier dutier, and I use a lot of these what are they called, the ball swivel heads, and that's what allows me to articulate the cameras and have them like locked down, because I got a camera set up behind this, right? So I can cut to the camera that's mounted right next to it. So it's like
I would
this
totally
is the edge
do
of the stream
that
deck right here.
Yeah, and you have the back of it off. You just have it clamped in to that
Yeah,
mount.
it's just the Stream Deck off of the little mount unit that it has
Oh.
with it. Yeah, so it just like
You've
I said,
inspired me because I have to
they're
keep
set
hitting
there,
left and
and then they're
right.
zip tied together on the back. It looks pretty on the outside, but it's a
Freaking
little
zip
mess on the back.
ties.
But everything's
Zip ties for
organized.
the win.
Can't do
Yeah,
anything without
dude.
zip ties.
I zip tie freaking everything. Oh man, I'm
Bag 3
gonna
different
order a
sizes.
second one because if I could get my sound effects, I hardly use Grid. Have you ever heard me use sound effects on the show?
No, actually I haven't.
Probably never. Yeah, because it's on Stream Deck's screen number 2. I have all my shots set up here and my intro outro, but all the sound effects are on another screen. But if I stacked them like this, yeah. Anyway, I'm inspired.
So I went with the
Yeah.
Deck Plus with the knobs, and it works great because I can just hit the touch screen and go back and forth.
Yeah, what color knob did you got? Like you can choose the color, right? They got like green,
I think
purple.
you can order different color knobs. I did not. So we're gonna have literally the entire chat's gonna hate us because they're gonna be like, "This is boring," but it's okay.
They're talking nerd.
Hey, we break that fourth wall every day here on YouTube.
Yeah.
For anybody that wants, if other people wanted to actually up their game in terms of content based on the conversation before, right? Investing in good studio things. You don't have to invest $1 million, but you have to invest in quality products that are actually going to do what you need to do. You know, you don't need to do a lot of crazy stuff to get a good setup. I did crazy stuff because it's an advertisement for my fucking business. So that's why it's like, if you can't justify the cost, like this is extravagant, this is ridiculous. Why would you do this? Why? Like, why would you, you know, it's just like, you don't need to. But the thing is that individual components of this setup would be good for individuals. And I will say Elgato products mostly are good. A majority of the products I've used of theirs have either gotten better or started out good in the first place. Like for instance, the Stream Deck XL. I have an original one for the first model that came out. It has bad buttons. Some of the buttons, the adhesive was wrong on it or some bullshit, and due to temperature over time. So what ends up happening is that one has like 5 buttons I can't use because those buttons randomly get pressed. So if I had the soundboard on, just one day, all of a sudden my soundboard started like setting off 5 different soundboards like in rapid succession. And I didn't know why. Well, that was a product defect. But these ones do not have that. They figured it out. The new models have improved that. And that's one of the things Elgato's good about. If they do make a mistake, they do usually fix it with an upgrade within a reasonable amount of time. And they do good customer care in my experience. When I had a driver issue with a fucking capture card because I switched over to AMD processors, they just basically had me mail them mine and then sent me a brand new one. I know it's a brand new one too, because I took screenshots and took pictures of all the serial numbers and all that, all the fine detail. They sent me a brand new one with the new firmware on it. So like I said, you know, just as an example, they're good quality products to get. Corsair makes a lot of good stuff. You know, Roland, if you want to go high end, right? You know, it's good soundboards. Same thing with Rodecaster. You know, so I digress though. I'm there. No,
That's okay.
Has the viewership gone down?
I don't know. The interesting thing is that I went with a what is it? It's hang on. So I went with I have a Zoom. What is that thing? The Pod 4.
Yeah.
And that works pretty good to go to XLR. And then I was like, yeah, you know what? I need something a little better, a little nicer. So I went with the Hercules XLR mixer. It's kind of like a Stream Deck-ish sort of deal. And I thought that it would work kind of with my Stream Deck Plus. Probably not. It was fine. the problem is that it was so limited in usefulness, and I think the software had lagged behind to the point where my computer would not actually push signal in the places it needed to be pushed. And so I was like, well,
the driver couldn't. There was no communication between the
yeah,
software and the
it
hardware.
only recognized 2 inputs, and it should have been like forever. Welcome, Joe Cool. Good to see you, buddy. And so right as I was about to buy a Rode 2 Pro 2, is that what it is? X2, whatever it is. The smaller Rode Pro, right?
Okay.
And I was gonna buy it because I only use one mic, right? And all I really needed was to go to XLR and have a little bit of mixing. Right as I was about to do that, Elgato released the XLR base for the Stream Deck Plus, which I already had. And so the mic goes into the Stream Deck. And everything works perfectly. And I have all of my controls here. The only problem I had with it is Elgato, for some reason, on my laptop it doesn't do it, but on the tower, it in their software, their Wavelink software, if I don't clamp the gain, the mic gain, or lock it, if I don't do the wave gain lock, it will progressively increase the gain until I get mass amounts of feedback, like painful amounts of feedback. So that's boring, but I thought I'd throw that out there. The if you're going to do a second Stream Deck, doing the Stream Deck Plus with the XLR base is worth it. It's worth it.
Huh. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Because you get all the functionality of the Stream Deck Plus with the knobs, and you can do volume control, and I can do a bunch of stuff. I can use all the knob features for stuff that I have. But the touchscreen lets me go from, like, I have 4 screens set up for to run the show with the different sound effects and stuff. And instead of having to mess around with it, I just hit the touch screen and just flip from screen to screen.
Yeah.
So it works out pretty good. Anyway, that's really boring. It's really, really boring, but it's cool stuff, What's interesting is that the studio that I have to use if I do live interviews, those actually, they have like a actual Roland soundboard that I don't know how to use, and I have no idea how to use it. So I don't know how I'm going to make all that work, but we'll see. Maybe I'll just bring the Stream Deck with me because it's so small. It's easy to move. But,
I actually emailed the guy from Roland that I met at TwitchCon that introduced me to this tech originally. And I sent an email to him. I'm trying to get a plugin to actually control that unit with the Elgatos. They don't have one yet. There's actually a third-party company too that does a similar setup. You got to go through their own software, but even they don't have the drivers and the plugin for my units, because I have the more recent one. They haven't done them yet.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. K2 Keep On Truckin' sends in $5 American. Grid 1, sorry I'm late to the party. Add a bill to set of Wiggly Wagons. I'm sure that means had to bill, maybe. I don't know. And the street of Detroit. FYI, I use zip ties to hold down the red glad hands. I don't know what red glad hands are, but cool. I use zip ties for everything. I mean, dude, you have no idea what I've done with zip ties.
Yep. Same.
One time, so one of the things that I did in racing, which is really stupid, is I went from a semi, which I had to pay a guy to drive, back to a dually and a big trailer. It's a 53-foot long enclosed trailer. And it's longer than my semi, right? But I could drive it. Anybody could drive it. You only needed a regular driver's license to drive it. You didn't need a CDL. So the number one rule was truck stops only. No regular gas stations ever, because you couldn't get in and out, or most people couldn't. And I don't know. I had this kid, man, and he would drive right past a truck stop, just drive right past it. I'm like, what are you doing? And the GPS shows gas up here, and I'm like, yeah, it's a stupid gas. It's going to be a stupid gas station. When you see the exit and you see the truck stop, you stop. Right. So we're down in like nowhere, Arizona. Like there's nothing out there but freaking cactus and sand. Probably a rattlesnake or two. I don't know. And we run out of diesel. This sucks. We're stuck on the side of the road. So we unload one of the race cars and we tape a flashlight under the window, because there's no headlights in the car. We tape a flashlight under the window so he can kind of see out. And he drives to the next exit with one of our fuel cans and gets 5 gallons of diesel and comes back with a it's a full-on race car on slicks. And he's just like driving down the road. No big deal. Just have a good time. How he didn't get arrested, I have no idea. There's no, there's brake lights, but there's no parking lights or no signal lights, no nothing. Because we don't use those in racing.
No guts, no glory.
That's right. Oh, dude, he was excited to do it. Like this kid Tom was like,
I mean, honestly,
like, all right, it's your
forget
license.
all the aesthetic stuff. Just if you guys have been to the tracks, just the sound of it would just be enough to get the officer to look up, even if they weren't running radar. Just
right, yeah. Oh yeah, it's so
do you hear that?
yeah. Did you hear that thing coming by?
No.
But yeah, so he drove down to the next to the truck stop and got 5 gallons of diesel and brought it back, and we put diesel in it, and then got her running again, and drove on to the net and kept going, kept rolling. It was great. And that video, actually the video of the MX-5 that's in the intro reel to the which I didn't show tonight, but I know I show a lot of nights. The MX-5 that's on the desert track, that's the track we were headed to, and that's the car he drove on the street. So he's just like driving down the highway. Why not? Why would we not? I did a lot of stupid things like that, though. We were testing the Pikes Peak Evo, and this thing is like almost 1,000 horsepower plus nitrous. We're testing it in a parking lot a block from the police station, and they could 100% hear the anti-lag and everything. Like, just crazy noises. But when you're me, you don't care. So, what's up, John Mosman? I see you out there. I see you. Grid 1, get a truck or GPS next time. Glad hands are the connection that the airline's connected. Okay. I actually kind of remember that. So I had a semi, K2, keep on trucking. I had a semi, and the thing I figured out about semis and race teams is that semis cost me money sitting still. Like, they always need something. Guys, take it away for a minute. I'm sorry. I have to take this. I apologize.
Did you guys see that Fairfax woman that took the room temperature challenge when she burst out of her apartment door with the chef's knife? Did you see that?
Oh yeah, the Concord character, yeah.
dude,
I
lit
don't know
her
what's
up.
going on with me and the phone tonight, man. So that's my.
You're a popular guy.
Well, that was my realtor. I called my realtor today to talk to him about some things, and he said, "Well, I'll call you back in a couple hours. I'm showing some property," and I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then he didn't call me back, and I'm like, he got busy or whatever. It's no big deal. And now we are at, 8:30 at night. He's like, I'll call. Well, I'll just call. And I'm like, hey man, I'm live on the internet. And he's like, I figured you might be. I'm like, well, then why'd you call?
Grid, did you see the Fairfax woman, the big black Fairfax woman that took the room temperature challenge last week?
What happened?
No, wait, earlier this week. You didn't see this?
Dude, there's
probably can't show it on
news.
YouTube, but
there's been so much news. It has been crazy. Like, I don't even know what to talk about because there's so much of it. It just goes from like being really important to being, here's the next greatest thing in like 10 hours. So
look, here's the biggest news. Okay, everyone, I hope you had a fabulous, happy, straight, white Christian male day on Monday. He's made our lives so good, and forget about all that other stuff. Just so thankful to one Christopher Columbus, straight, white Christian male. Well done, good sir.
Hetero.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hetero dude makes it happen, Captain.
Yeah.
Did you know? So, were you on CT's channel the other day when they were talking about if he was that Columbus was actually black?
No, I think I was. I checked in later in that episode. I missed that conversation. I'll put your guys' shows on in the office space. We have some. We have this wall of monitors that we put like news and stuff on, and YouTube. We screw around just like everyone else does.
Yeah.
But I'm bold as love at work. I'll throw up. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's probably not work appropriate on his show. But you guys will be getting in the stuff. I'll throw it up. If I have it in my headphones, I'll throw it up on the big screen and be like, what do you guys think about this? And like my work office, my main one is like the picture of diversity. It's like the four of us sitting there. It's like 4 different races. There's a woman. It's just like, I don't know. Our hiring our skills are very different, but I look at this group and I'm like, man, we check all the boxes, don't we?
Yeah. That's nuts. Yeah. John Deadman. Yes, he was. Christopher Columbus was I think he was Portuguese working for the Spanish.
No, he was Italian, wasn't he?
Was he Italian?
You know what? You're going to end up being right. Now the Spanish crown did send him over. Yeah. He's an Italian explorer.
Italian working for the Spanish.
From the Republic of Genoa. I don't even know where that is. And he was an Italian.
Okay.
But
you were right. Okay.
Man, rough time.
He did work. He adamant. He did work for the Portuguese at some point. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, for sure. Those conquistadors, man, they knew how to get stuff done.
Well, yeah, okay, John Deadman. Yes, we know he's a white man, but the FBAs have to.
Oh gosh, I'm out.
No, you're out. You're out.
No, freaking FBAs. So go ahead.
Where is Savage at? I need Savage here. So what happens is that there's a rewriting of history that you just don't understand. Everyone's black except for the losers. The losers are not black. The winners, they're all black. You don't know that. That's the way it is. I really need Savage because he could explain this way better than me. But it's crazy. It's crazy.
This FBA stuff is ridiculous.
That New York was settled before the English got there.
I don't know if this is an FBA mainline, but have you heard those people, these blacks who say that African Americans, okay, so black people in the United States
Yes.
are the Israelites now, are the small
I've
hat
heard that.
people. Have you
Yes,
heard
I've heard that.
this?
Black Israelites.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Bro,
The black,
how,
the black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah,
Yeah.
I met a couple of
how
them.
how just, I read the Bible every day. I'm not the smartest guy. I'm really not the smartest guy. And I'll be honest, some of the most confusing stuff about antiquity for me is the maps and tracking who did what, where, when, whatever. But how? Are you kidding?
Yeah. Where does this come from?
I missed that day. I missed
Well,
that day in black school, apparently.
my take on it after having conversations with some of these guys in real life in the past, like it seems to me like they're trying to do the same thing. And I don't know this is what they're doing. They're not saying that, but it seems to me like it's kind of the same thing that the Black Panthers did with Islam. Right? But they swapped out Judaism and they started to try to make changes because it didn't fit. So that's kind of what it seems like to me, but what do I know? I'm just a bald white man on the internet.
But the proof is in the pudding, folks. Forget slavery. Also, the African slave trade was one of the smallest, shortest, and by scale, smallest periods of slavery throughout the annals of history. Okay, just full stop.
Now Afro Nerd's gonna like pop out somewhere. Like he's in the chat. He's lurking. He's got to be, because you just said
the same shit that my black elders were telling me growing up in the 90s.
he just said it was
all right. Here's the deal.
Time.
Here's the deal. Let me just put a fork. Let me put a fork in Afro Nerd. I'm gonna
Afro Nerd
just
said
put a
it's
fork
200 years, man. 7 generations, bro.
Here's the thing. Even Google gets this right. I'm going to just flash it up here for a second, come back. Even Google gets this right, guys. How many slaves in the Triangle slave trade? Boom. 12.5 million Africans were transported across the Atlantic. Now, let me put a fork in Afro Nerd and all of these tards out here. 12.5 million African slaves, right? The upper end, 337,000 came to the Americas. Not the Americas, came to the United States.
Right. I believe that.
12.5 million minus 300, we'll round up, minus 340,000. That's buku slaves. That's crazy amount of slaves unaccounted for.
Generations. 7 generations, man. 200
but here's the
years.
Here's the thing.
America wasn't even 200 years old, man.
America's the racist ones because we got our stuff together and now we're successful. Brazil had 6 million of these 12.5 million. It's like nobody's talking about Brazil being racist because it's a crap hole country. And all of these countries in Central and South America had African. It's called a triangle trade. So Africa's 1 point, America's 1 point. You also had France. Some would do Africa, France, US. Some would do Africa, East Coast of the United States, and then South America. It's a triangle, folks. There's a lot of slaves unaccounted for. You can't say 12.5 million, 0.3 came here. You can't say that we're the worst nation and blah, 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 blah. There's millions of African slaves unaccounted for in other countries. They had them in France. They had them all over South America.
There's still countries to this day that have African slaves and or indentured servants.
Well, so you don't understand, Viking. I brought up that the 14th Amendment did not have anything to do with slavery, but it gave a way to citizenship for indentured servants, people who had been born here from slavery or whatever, but were not given citizenship. Didn't come through didn't come through Ellington Island or whatever it is, Ellis Island, pardon me, and become, sign their name and become a citizen. So it was really an Afro Nerd there's a couple of people over on CT that rewrite history.
all the time.
Like completely rewrite it. And he's like, well, you know, indentured servants don't mean anything. They only had served 7 years. How does 7 years compare to 7 generations, 200 years of oppression? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, first of all, no indentured servant only serves 7 years. Like, they've made a lot of movies about this, right? Like how bad it was. Like, you can go look at the history where the phrase "I owed my soul to the company store," that was a real thing, right?
If they're citing 7 years, they're citing Levitical law. They're citing
I don't know what
Hebrew
they're citing.
practice.
It's a
that's the Hebrew practice that I mean it's included in Old Testament and it's included in Pentateuch all the way up till Jesus walked the earth. That you would forgive your debtors debts after 7 years. They made good college try, they paid back what they could, and now you kind of release the burden from them. Which one is an overtly religious practice. Don't be this cultural black, cultural white, cultural anything American, and then come and try and Andrew gets on people for this as well. Don't invoke my God's moral system that is true and right and just and try and make it make sense in your stupid clown world.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
So at any rate, I just think it's hilarious that constantly they rewrite history. They ignore the fact that even though Sport Brand is right, the British in theory ended transcontinental slave trading. The Brits had slaves all the way up to just about World War II, and they literally committed genocide all throughout India, almost up until World War I and almost to World War II, right? Like in Africa and India.
Spices.
yeah. For what? Well, I mean, it was the empire, right?
I mean, gold and other stuff too, but for spices,
it's the empire. It was the empire, right? Like that. You know, it's a British empire. So but these guys all ignore actual history. They just ignore it, and they have this alternative version that's just crazy. It's just nuts. Before I go too much further, I want to read K2 Keep On Trucking says, the joke over the radio is that race car drivers drive better than the truck drivers just to give them shit. I mean, the guy who used to drive my hauler for me was pretty good, but he was no race car driver. The one time we tried to let him drive one of the race cars, it was very funny. It was quite entertaining, actually. Not in a bad way. He didn't damage anything, but it was funny. So, but anyway, welcome Midnight Newton. For you guys that don't know, Midnight Newton is from Washington State, I think, and
I should just move there because you keep telling me that I live there.
Where do you live?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. That's why. Wisconsin.
Just think of Elkhart Lake.
Kind of the same thing, though, right?
I don't know. I don't know how to justify that. Actually, a little bit about myself. I've been to more countries than states, so I don't know how to justify that.
Okay. All right.
But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, well, no worries, man. So I didn't mean to go down that road there, but Mobley had to remind me of it, and I just couldn't let it go. So, it's just the way it is. Yeah. So how goes the car search, Midnight Newton? How
I didn't want to interrupt your topic. I was just
I think we were wound down pretty good. I don't want to get too far into it without my aces in the hole. We need Nig Tao here. We need Osa the Healer here. We need Red Savage here. Then we could really get into this. So.
Absolutely. So my experience at the dealership was terrible. Like I mentioned the other day on the live here, is like I said, I did my due diligence as far as what I should be paying for a new vehicle.
Yeah.
And when I got to the dealership, I purposely lowballed him just to see what would actually happen. And I think I made a mistake by sharing what vehicle I already owned. I don't know if I should have told him that I owned a Tesla previously. But I tried to renegotiate, and they wouldn't even budge. They weren't even like willing to go back and forth. It was just,
wow.
We'll go a couple $100 down. But when I saw that Toyota Camry, it was a mess. Like I'm surprised they're even selling the car, because under the hood, it was just completely rusty. And the Prius I was looking at that they were selling was like $5,000 over asking price. So I wasn't going. So I went to Carvana for like, I think it's like 3 years old. I got a 2020 Prius Prime plug-in hybrid. So that comes in Friday. So I'm super excited about that. But today I was in my Bolt EUV. And with that being said, there's an issue with just knowing what you have left as far as charge left. Because I was about 17 miles from my destination. And this is a tip to all you guys who are thinking about EVs, or if you hate EVs, this is in your favor. But I was about 15 miles away from my destination. My car said I had 20 miles left. But once I hit 15 miles left on the car, that message just disappears. So it just says charge. So I died on the freeway.
What?
I was 2 miles away from my destination, and I died on the freeway. So I had to call my insurance. I said, hey, I need to get this towed, but I need to go bartend for this evening. So I won't be there. But yeah, just get it towed. I got a charging station at my house. Just drop it off there. But all was well, because once I restarted it, when they actually dropped it off, it had some charge left. So there must be some kind of safety feature that it doesn't completely die. But yeah, that was my first experience of being in an EV, and it completely died on me.
So I've actually seen one model of the Tesla. It's pretty much the same model too, every time, dead on the highway being charged. So I'm not really sure how that works.
Well, it's different about Teslas, because you actually have to so they're next to the bumper. There's like this little circle that you could pop out, and that'll bring out some cords that you can jump start it, and then be able to actually get the car to function a little bit, and then get it towed. But that's a super complicated process. Furthermore, in my apartment compound, there was another Tesla downstairs. I got a mall cop ticket, and I saw the owner just now, and I said, hey, just let you know, you may have to get a guest pass or whatever, because they may tow your car or cut the cord and then just take your car away. She actually has the same problem I have, but she has warranty in her car. So what a mess.
Well, that's terrible. All right. Well, that's enough of the boring electric Tesla talk.
Absolutely.
So, Viking, how goes the world? How goes the war?
Going pretty good.
Good.
Getting a lot of shit done.
That's good. That's good.
So that's why I got the name is the website. Got the website done. Got the merch store done. So got my Discord up and running. Still making a few tweaks to it, but yeah, that's live now too. You can get the invite from the website. So
nice. Have you been paying any attention to the early voting?
Like other people's early voting? No, but I am going to be early voting.
Okay.
I heard the polls are pretty high for online voting, or early voting, I should say.
Yeah. So,
oh God, don't even say online.
Don't say online voting, man. Don't
give them some freaking ideas.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
YouTube, that was not misinformation. That was just entertainment.
Allegedly. Can I say that? Allegedly.
Zapped. And I got a super chat here, guys. Give me 1 second. $10 comes from Seriously Shelby. What's up with the 2x4 in the room? I don't have a 2x4, but I need one probably.
Did you see Seriously Shelby's super chat about the pets or the animals? Sorry.
No, I may have missed that one. Did I miss one?
Yeah, it's
roll up.
It's a good one.
Grid, there is an object to your right side behind your trophies that they might be talking about. That's way back on the wall there.
Looks like a walking stick, maybe.
Do you go hiking a lot with that stick?
This?
No, on your right side. Behind the trophy? Back there in the wall? Yeah.
That's a propeller.
Maybe that's what he's talking about.
Ah, yes, that is a propeller. See it so clearly now.
It's a propeller.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I thought
You
we'd
should-
already been over this before.
You should attach that to your hat.
I guess some people are new to the channel.
Let's
Like
Speaking of
build
object in the room,
planes.
Viking, what's running in your background behind your head on the wall there?
his entire life. I don't know.
It looks like a Super Mario game.
Let's
Oh, just analyzing Viking's remarkable. I don't know. What is that? A gaming studio?
that's
Kind
his
of.
workplace.
It's my home office, but it's been converted into a full-on studio. So, you know, I got like an interview couch and stuff like that.
Amazing.
I just got my studio to the point where I can do a live guest that has their own mic, their own camera, their own monitor. So
Nice.
it's weird though to let people into your home, but anyway,
Yeah.
falling on a budget, folks.
That is the thing. I don't know if I'm actually going to use the interview area, other than like, say, if my my woman wanted to do an interview with me, or like we were getting interviewed together or something like that. But there's very few people that I would actually invite into my home these days. I know very few people, and very few people that would even come to where I'm at. So.
Great. Did you hear more stories about the attempted, allegedly assassination attempt?
The third attempt? Yeah, we covered that last week.
No, there's even more of an update today. I don't know if you heard about that.
No, I didn't hear about. I've actually not heard about anything today.
On the California Channel 5, they actually interviewed him, saying that he, when he got to the checkpoint, he told the officers that he had those weapons and passports and IDs. And there was another report saying that this is like an ongoing trend, apparently, and this is just allegedly, not saying it's true, YouTube. Moreover, that people are starting to make their own IDs and license plates, because he even had a fake license plate on his vehicle.
Yeah. He had a fake license plate, fake driver's license, fake passports, all of it.
Yeah. So I guess that's like, I don't know if maybe that's for the, what are we calling them? We're not calling them immigrants. We're calling them what? Newcomers?
Foreign nationals.
Foreign nationals. Sorry.
I call them foreign nationals.
Left-leaning.
Because I am not left-leaning. $10 from Sirius Shelby. I noticed the new DEI policy said they were going to hire, I guess that means he's hire HIRE, different animals for the workplace because too many humans in the workplace. That makes sense. That makes total sense.
Also, speaking of conspiracies, I'm today years old to figure out that Barack Obama's, that's not his real name. Did you guys know that? It's like Barry something.
Yeah. We don't know what his real name is. We've never seen his passport. I mean, his birth certificate. We don't know what his real name is.
So I was watching this podcast this morning and they were talking about it.
I'm now going to be canceled because of that. YouTube's going to degrade the quality of the stream.
I apologize. It was Candace Owens. She was talking about it. And she said that there is like this pamphlet to foreshadow like leaders like himself and Harris. And they were talking about his real name, and he's from Kenya, and he went to like Indonesia, I think, for a couple of years for education. And then she was really just trying to lay out that he's never really had a black culture lifestyle.
Well, he's never had a real job.
It's also true. But he's had like a white roommate. He's had a white ex-girlfriend who allegedly claimed that he was.
There's been a lot of people that have come out and said that they don't understand why. I mean, obviously they understand it, but they don't understand why it's being allowed that Obama and Kamala and all of these not really black people are appealing to black, to black men and women to vote for them when they're not actually black. So, and have never lived a black lifestyle, never lived in a black neighborhood, never gone to a black school or any of that. And it was on, I think on CT the other day. I I have not been on there as much this week as I have been, but I think they covered that on CT the other day as well.
It's super weird because anyone who grew up in the Black community, you would get annihilated for that. I mean, they essentially tried to deny Colin Powell's blackness, Condoleezza Rice, Dr. Ben Carson. You just it's really weird that this is allowed in the Black community right now because it was so staunchly opposed, so staunchly called out forever, and now it's just allowed. It's kind of weird.
Well, Kamala grew up in Canada. She didn't even grow up in the U.S.
Yeah, none of these guys have been from here.
So,
and my dad's as dark as Joe here, and I'm thankful that I've been born and raised a Republican because it's not until now where I'm seeing all this evil and corruption.
Well, have you seen how she's been doing in the polls?
Which ones? The right-leaning ones or the left-leaning ones?
Any poll. Any poll.
Well, you could just look at her interviews, and that explains how well she's doing.
Her Fox interview was, or whatever you want to call that, was horrible. Like I feel like you have to rehearse things for it to go that badly.
I heard her teleprompter failed on her the other day.
What? Oh, did you see the one where it's supposed to be a live town hall? She's supposed to be doing a live town hall, and the camera pans.
The green screen fell off?
No. So she's doing a live town hall. They've got all these people. They're in bleachers. She's talking on the mic. She's got her hand going, and the camera pans right to the teleprompter, and you can literally see the words scrolling up the teleprompter.
Amazing.
I was like, "Whoops! This is supposed to be a live impromptu town hall meeting where she's taking unscripted questions." As I just smack my mic around. Yes,
that's what I said. They're to the point now where they're so confident in their own lies. I'm saying that they're to the point now where they're so confident in their own lies, they don't even care anymore. They know the lie is going to travel faster than the truth, and so they're just betting on lying their asses off. That's what most liars do.
Wait. This can't be real. Kamala's going to go on Joe Rogan.
That's what people
Trump is. I don't know about that.
No, they both are. They both said yes.
I hope they go on together.
No. What dim-witted fool thought that was a great idea? That guy's going to need a new job Friday. I can probably, or Monday.
So how you guys think it's going to go? Is Joe Rogan going to be forced to have a teleprompter in a studio or what?
Nobody forces Joe Rogan to do
no way. No way.
Joe Rogan would be like, "No, I'm not doing that." And they'd be like, "Yeah, you are." And he'd be like, No, I'm not. Fight me. and then he'd break their arms and rip them off and then beat them with them. That's what he would do. Joe Rogan is kind of a scary dude, really. Like he's way too calm and high.
Yeah.
He's way too calm and high to be like not a really dangerous person.
Yeah. Well, and I know what is his martial art again?
What's that?
What's his martial art? Do you know?
He's I know he does judo and jiu-jitsu, and there's another one. What is it? It's
traditional taekwondo. That's the same thing I was taught.
Traditional? Yeah, he does. Yeah. I know there.
And there's the difference. The difference between traditional and tournament taekwondo that most people are taught now, once again, is basically the bone breaking stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. He's Joe Rogan was talking about how in the jiu-jitsu matches that he's takes part in, that women were trying to fight men and they would get really hurt, and he's like, how did you not see that coming? Like, it doesn't, just because you can throw a guy in practice doesn't mean he's going to let you do it in a match. Like that's not how this works. And that'd be for Kamala to go on. They must be desperate as fuck for her to go on.
I wonder how much they paid Joe.
Well, I'm sure it's a lot.
I'm sure Trump's going on for free.
I would think so. Yeah. Is Kamala
Trump must be a cool dad. He must be a cool dad. He is hanging out with like the No Boys and all these like Gen Z and Gen Y podcasters.
So what do you think? What do you think about Kamala's campaign since she's not been able to get or to continue to have these events with like Megan Thee Stallion and all of these people to kind of pack the house for her since it's just been kind of her doing actual political events. What do you think, Joe? What do you think that about that?
Not to sound like Tim Pool here, but I don't think she's really running a campaign. I think they're completely relying on the shadow campaign. Does that make sense?
You mean the lies that I just mentioned before?
So, I would agree with you, but she, she went, all right. So she did the debate where she was able to wear the earpiece and she was able to really kind of look like she knew what she was talking about. She got completely plastered. Then,
She totally did. That was wild.
Even with the advantages, Trump comes off, and he didn't look as good as he could have, but he did okay. He plastered her no matter what. I mean, it's just the way it is. Then she goes on all of the softball channels, and they do all the softball questions. They try and make her look like a hero. They're trying to do everything they can to basically not have her lose. But she's still losing. And then she goes on Fox News today. It's the biggest train wreck since I can't even think of a presidential train wreck this big. Like, she looks so bad. And look, let's just be honest, right? Like the Dems that were going to vote for her, they don't care. The Republicans that weren't going to vote for her, they don't really care. They're just laughing. But that center strip of people that were like kind of undecided, they've got to look at today's event. And
Glenn, almost called you your real name for a second. Grid, there we go. Yeah. You're going to make me say it, man.
Yeah.
I don't think anything about her campaign or about any of this, because I am not the type of consumer that believes that we would trade a fast, cheap, and simple product for a slow, expensive, and complicated product. That's what has happened. Elections were fast, cheap, and simple. They are now slow, complicated, and expensive. So I think I can say that much on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
The math ain't mathin' for me.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Well, that's true. The math isn't mathing, but I've never seen someone train wreck this hard.
And can you imagine if they actually had a Democratic race? How big of a circus that would be for their end?
Oh, she would. So, and I think that they're regretting. I think and I said this early on, right? I said if they put Kamala up, they did it because they expect her to lose, and what they want to be able to do is for the next 4 years point to her and say, "You bastards, you would not vote for a woman of color. How fucking dare you, you low-life scum." And that's all we're going to hear for the next 4 years.
You guys discuss that. I'm going to get tomorrow's show posted.
Okay.
Go get in my bed because it's 10:30.
Right. Yeah, you've had enough bourbon for one day, man.
Yeah, I just took it down. Yeah. So great to see you.
Hey, man, good having you on the show. Really appreciate it.
You, man. I'm going to be thinking about zip ties and cell phone mounts now.
Okay.
Grid, call in tomorrow night, man. We're talking. Here, let me tell you what we're talking.
You should.
This DOD directive about martial law stuff, the Fairfax woman
Okay.
Again, Max taking the room temperature challenge.
Sure.
And the big thing that I want to spend the most time on is apparently there's some 30 million, 40 million Christians that are going to boycott the election via not voting. So that's the big conversation for tomorrow.
What the?
It is
heard that.
boycotting. Well, here, let me send you these. Maybe text is best. I'll send you. There's a decent tweet, but CBN, Christian Broadcasting Network, did an article. Actually, here I have it open. Let me just drop it in the chat.
Sure.
Boom, there it is. Yeah, but yeah, apparently tens of millions of Christians are saying they're going to boycott via not voting, which is a terrible idea. Anyway, that's tomorrow's show, guys. Grid, always good to see you, brother.
Yeah, man. Good to see you. Have a good rest of your evening.
Peace.
See ya. And then there were 3.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yep. So that's interesting. It's an interesting dynamic right now. But I firmly believe, I still go back to that. What's happening is what we're seeing is a group of people, the people we refer to as them, and they are sitting back going, you know what? This is good because she's going to lose, and now we're going to be for the next 4 years. It's going to constantly be in the press. You sick, twisted fucks! You didn't vote for a black female president.
Yeah,
and then
look what they're doing right now, spinning the narrative. Like my girl and I were seeing some of the signs. I was seeing it on Twitter. The vote like your daughter's rights depend on it signs.
Yeah.
Because they want to spin the narrative that Trump is trying to take away abortion rights because he gave it back to the states instead of having the government tell everybody what to do.
Yeah.
Which is more constitutional, right? Actually, yeah, hey, you guys want to decide, so therefore you can decide. And, they want to make all the stereotypical arguments that have been disproven. And that's why I'm in agreement with you, because I was saying the same thing. I don't know for sure, but what I suspect is that we're probably going to get Trump again. And they will use this as a victim card that they can play over and over again, because they can say, "Oh, look, you didn't elect a woman again, and you elected a black man, but you wouldn't elect a black woman." And that's going to be the victimhood narrative, because this is what one of my black elders told me back in the 90s. He said white folks saved a bunch of money when black folks enslaved themselves with victimhood and entitlement. Or shackled themselves.
Yeah,
sorry, I don't want to misquote
him.
He said that he warned me. He saw that I was gonna be dealing with this stuff. He said, "Yeah, be warned. You're gonna have to deal with this when you're a grown man," and he was right.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that narrative plays out, and because I called it, I feel like I called it pretty early on that this was what was going to happen. And I think that they see it as becoming more and more real. I think they had somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. They had a massive voting turnout in Georgia for the first day of early voting. I mean, massive. And I don't know that it's been counted yet, but my guess is it is strongly red. So, and it's been interesting this time because you really haven't heard a lot of third-party nonsense. Part of that's because that Chase Oliver, is that his name? Chase something, is such a degenerate that nobody even wants to know about. They don't even want to know about that guy. So, and now that RFK threw in with Trump, which I also called early on, nobody would listen to me, but I called it.
I mean, that just makes sense if you understand that Trump and RFK are basically old school Democrats. People forget that, though.
Yeah, well, Trump's a moderate.
But I mean, he's still kind of in that same category as where he's going to side with the New York Democrat crowd.
He's not as socialist as RFK, but what keyed me to it, and I said this many times early on, was what really keyed me in was RFK and Trump met several times, even before he started the primaries. And there's only one reason I could think of for that. Originally, I thought that Trump would have RFK as his VP, and I told everyone that I thought that a Trump RFK ticket would be unbeatable, because to most Republicans, RFK is just centrist enough to be okay, and for most Democrats, moderate Democrats, they would vote with RFK as well. And they would see that, they would think that he would make Trump more palatable. And I just didn't see any way that ticket couldn't potentially be a winner. When he pulled Vance out, I thought that was off the chain. Like, I got to be honest, that was crazy. But the it's I think Trump's going to win. John Dedman says, I think it doesn't matter, Trump or Harris. I think some country will go to war with us on American soil within the next 8 months. No, you're
Definitely not.
insane.
Not
That's literally insane. There is no country on the planet that wants to step foot in anger on American soil. Like, seriously, we would them up so hardcore that it would literally, and I tell you what, the leadership in the country doesn't want that either, because if that happened, all the polarization in the country would cease to exist overnight.
Yeah, I don't think that that's very likely. I think that it's more likely that another conflict somewhere else in the world might break out.
Well,
right?
so
That's because that's the kind of thing now. Like, if you, I've studied history a little bit. I'm not going to say I'm an expert in history, but when you like look at the maps and how all the different conflicts for WW1 and 2 transpired, things are looking awfully familiar right now if you're looking at the map and the events and the time frames. Just saying.
Hey, Tim Hale is in the chat. Hey, Shelby, get Tim Hale a link, please, sir. Tim Hale, you've got to get up here. I got to have you up here. If you don't know, Tim Hale is a J-6'er that just spent 3 years, I think, in jail for his actions in Jan 6. So we have to have him on the show right now. Thank you for being in the chat today, by the way. Look, there's no way. It would literally be like, honestly, I personally think it'd be great if that happened. I think it would be awesome if we actually had an invasion force land on the American shores. But
not going to happen. Like Japan,
it'll never happen
in the day,
because
there'd be a gun behind every blade of grass.
Our government will never let it happen. There's no way they can let it happen. If they do, I promise you, all of the division in this country comes to an end in 48, 50 hours.
And I'd be proudly to rip up my only son waiver because I'm the only son in my family, so I, for some reason, can't join the military because of that. I'd be gladly to rip that up just to see this actually happen.
I mean, they just wouldn't do it because all the polarization, all the haves and have-nots, all the good and bad, all the black, white, red, green, all of that would all disappear. It would just be Americans versus whoever the fuck stepped foot on our shores.
Yeah, I call it New York rules, right? The thing is, like, if you see two guys from New York arguing about something, if you step in talking shit about them, now you're insulting New York. Now they're both going to get mad at you, and now you're fighting both of them. They don't care anymore that they were fighting anymore until they're done dealing with you.
Yeah. Now, Patriots got a point in that we do have like Venezuelan and other gangs that are coming in and causing problems, but that's low-level shit. I'm talking about a military force landing. There's no fucking way.
And the thing is, too, with these gangs, if there was really, like, if this became a bigger problem after the election, we have Hell's Angels.
I don't think it's going to become a bigger problem. I think, and I sorry to interrupt, but
no, you're good.
I think that's why they don't want Trump in office. Trump gets in office within 3 weeks, we'll be out of the Ukraine, okay, or we will have ceased giving them money. We will be demanding payback for the material and for the money that we've been giving them. because that's how Trump rolls. Trump can do math, right? He understands. We gave them money. They need to give us money back. He will pull all of our. I mean, I'm just telling you, he's just not going to do it. While he's not an isolationist, he has no interest in going to war with people, right? And I just don't think he'll do it. Which is why it's honestly, that reason alone is enough to not have Kamala go in, because Kamala goes in and the military industrial complex will rule 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing I've been talking about, is that people aren't really paying attention to it, but I've been seeing a lot of stuff about it, both on YouTube and Twitter, and that is all the lovely intel we're getting for the drone warfare the Ukrainians are waging on Russia right now. They're not fighting we're not giving them actual military. Isn't it kind of weird? We're sending them all this money instead of all the weapons that we have available. Like, well, every other situation, we're sending them over weapons. What are we doing? We're giving them money. What are they doing with that? They're buying drones and explosives and bombing Russian soldiers and tanks, and we're getting the footage.
What's interesting is that we have given them, so we've given them 157 million. It depends on reports. Some say 175. Most reports agree on 157 million. Or billion, pardon me, 157 billion in actual money. And we've given them another 120 billion, with a B, in military equipment. Now, the military equipment that we've given them is literally like 50, 60 years old, right? Like, this is stuff our grandfathers made. So, and the argument there is that they give them this, we give them that stuff, they use it up, and then we replenish it with new modern stuff. And that holds a little bit of water. I mean, that's why we're trying to sell F-35s to everybody on the damn planet, because we already have the F-35s replacement somewhere squirreled away. And I think we had talked about this the other night. I think the F-35 replacement is going to be a combination of a manned aircraft with 2 or more drone aircraft that use AI assist to target and execute strategy while protecting the manned aircraft, right? So you'd have two physical pilots and 2 manned aircraft, but you could have 6, 8, 10 aircraft up, all controlled by those 2 pilots in real time with AI assist, because they won't let. Currently, we don't have the ability to have AI actually do battlefield like stuff, but
yeah,
they can 100% identify friend and foe. They can 100% outfly all of the current generation fighter pilots of any country, and it's going to be an interesting. It'll be a very interesting deal, right? And so I think that that's why we're selling the F-35s to anybody that'll buy them. We've sold them to Japan. We've sold them to South Korea. We've sold them. I think we sold some to India, Turkey. I mean, anybody can buy an F-35. Like, you want an F-35? How many you want? And that tells me when the U.S. does that, it means that we have something better,
the clearance
and
sale,
a lot better, right?
Yeah, it's a typical clearance sale.
Right, yeah, fire sale. And we're not selling F-22s, right? We're not selling those because those are angry aircraft, right? Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I literally watched a documentary. I could probably find it and send it to you, where they're interviewing one of these drone pilots that's trying to, take out the Russians.
mm-hmm.
And it's just one of many of these guys over there there's this whole industry over there now where they're paying people to build the drones, right? They have women over there building the drones for them, right? And then the guys are piloting them out there with blocks of explosives and going after the soldiers and the tanks and stuff like that, whatever they can. And they are developing a whole system to deploy these units live in the field and hunt, seek, and destroy. Once again, why is the main military not utilizing the technology? Like you said, they can definitely do it, but they haven't done it yet. Why? They always need field testing, research and development. That's the limiter. So that way they can make the sales pitch. Hey, we've got the data now. This is how effective it is. This is what our ROI in terms of like effectiveness versus cost in terms of deployment. And they do this all the time. The military does this. They experiment with different tech all the time, not just the lethal stuff, but the non-lethal stuff too.
Well, I know that one of the reasons that I mean, there's a lot in Ukraine that's just fucked up and wrong, but
a few funny mustache followers around over there.
Yeah, Mr. Boulay is correct. Mr. Boulay is correct. In the 1990s, when the F-22 was in initial testing, wasn't even fully delivered yet. We passed legislation to prevent its sale ever because it is so far ahead of everything, even the F-35. The F-35 is like a Swiss Army knife, right? Like it does everything, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do any one thing like super well. The F-22 kills things. That's what it does.
And here's what I think too about our tax dollars keep being sent out to these other countries. Eventually, a lot of people are going to start waking up even more, and we're already losing the U.S. dollar. Can you imagine people using their money and not paying their taxes and just using it in crypto? We have a crypto called Tether, which is a USDT that is almost the equivalent of a U.S. dollar right now.
Well, the problem with
a whole other can of worms.
Yeah. So I mean, look, crypto's a rabbit hole. I think that it's a really bad idea to get too involved in it. If it was ever going to be used as an actual currency, it wouldn't be an investment vehicle. I think as an investment vehicle, crypto makes a lot of sense. As an actual currency to do business with, I don't think it makes sense.
It actually does, Grid, because of the transition. If you want to do global business, transfer money from one side of the planet to the other, you can do it within minutes with crypto, whereas it takes hours or days with any other currency.
And without a trace. That's how scammers are doing it.
Well, it depends on the cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
All the blockchain retains. That's another myth that they try to tell people to make them use it. There's certain cryptocurrencies that can't be tracked very well. They still can be tracked. They're more difficult, but it just takes like 6 more steps to track them. And all of their cryptocurrencies just as traceable as any credit card.
Once it becomes accepted as a legal tender, then it's 100% going to be tracked, and then it's taxed, and then everything else. It's
already taxed. They're already putting the procedures in place on the books right now. The same thing with the drones. They're already putting the laws on the books to deal with the future tech that's coming. And that's part of why I know it's coming, is because they're passing laws to control it.
Yeah. There's I just I mean I wish that I had and this is hilarious to talk. I was talking to my buddy about this a couple of years ago. We could have bought like 100, 200 Bitcoin for the price of a pizza, back years ago. Like, and we actually had a conversation back then about, this
is where my I got to get my tinfoil hat out for you, Grid. If you want me to go full tinfoil hat on this,
sure, man. Why not?
This is why I said it's a can of worms, because the original creator of Bitcoin disappeared, right?
Yeah.
There's a few people that have
there's
just
an argument about
disappeared.
who the original creator was, but yes.
But once again, that'll never be solved because the guy disappeared, right?
The guy who claimed to be the creator.
And the thing is that what is the thing that they've been that you mentioned before have been talking about for years? A global currency.
Mm-hmm.
But
we would
never adopt it. But Grid, here's the catch-22. The sheeple would never adopt a global digital currency. So what do? Oh, you make it the underdog.
Mm-hmm.
You persecute it. You limit it, you talk shit about it, you tell lies about it, and get the people that real tech guys to adopt it, as well as the people that understand the efficacy of the technology itself. So by getting a bunch of people on board, and then there's also the Yahoos, there's the crypto bros. You know, I'm around the space, I understand, I know some of the crypto bros. So I don't deal with crypto personally, full transparency, but I know the technology and I understand how to use it. So
I understand. I'm in that same boat, right? Like I've been around it. I've been around it forever, man. And I just never got into it because I was all, you know, in my personal opinion is that people like things that they can see, smell, and touch, right? And it's just you're not going to change that. So people are getting more and more comfortable with it, but at the same time, we'll see. You know.
well, that's my point, is that it's a slow adoption. In
Mhm.
order
Oh
to get
yeah, it's
people
very
to adopt this currency, and that's what you're seeing right now. Cryptocurrency is tied to the USD basically at this point. But what happens when inflation spins out of control and we need something that's actually rare and similar to gold? Well, that's Bitcoin. And that's why so many people, you see all these big banks and all these big money players that have been talking shit about crypto for years. If you actually do some research, you might find out that they've made quite a few large purchases in the last 5 to 10 years.
You saw that Germany sold off all their Bitcoin.
That was retarded of them.
They did it. It was
Remember, they're also
interesting.
shutting down their nuclear power plants and stuff like that too. Remember, they're indoctrinated to the point where they're doing things that are bad.
They had something like 13. Somebody help me out here. Was it 13 billion? I think it was 13 billion or 13. Yeah, I think it was 13 billion in Bitcoin that they had seized from various.
Oh, so it was free Bitcoin for them. Okay.
And
they just cashed out. That's all.
They had so the German government had like 13 billion in Bitcoin that they had seized, and then they had some that they had, you know, that their national bank or whatever had invested in, and they got rid of all of it. I think they've only maintained a very small amount.
Yeah, it's called cashing out.
And they cashed out. But here's the thing: I thought the market was. I mean, everybody knew it was happening. Yeah. The way that they did it, it didn't even really. I mean, I expected the market to buckle, but it didn't. It did. It just absorbed it, and it's very interesting. It was a very interesting play. So, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, the crypto market is extremely volatile, but it's also extremely stable at this point. And going back to something I didn't see who said it. Somebody said one EMP and crypto's gone. That shows that you don't understand the technology. I'm sorry, my friend. If we got hit with a global EMP, there would still be crypto, because there's a thing called Faraday cages, and there's places where people keep nodes that are protected and shielded to this sort of thing from happening. And now, yeah, I know that most of the global like electrical grid would be completely crippled, but the thing is, there are safety measures in place that they have. You can look this up, the AT&T buildings and things like that. They have shielded facilities, and I've even seen amateur, I think Tim Pool might have visited one at one point, or somebody that I remember that was maybe similar to Tim Pool, went in one of these Faraday cages where they keep the blockchain nodes and things like that can be isolated and updated and shielded from these attacks. So,
Tim, are you coming up? Our J-6'er guy, Tim, are you coming up, buddy? So at any rate, EMP is an interesting thing too. I've done some experimentation with EMP, and
the thing is that's one of the functionalities of the blockchain, is that if you have nodes that are isolated or can be isolated or protected, The blockchain just needs intermittent updates to correct, and it will correct to whatever the majority of the chain is, depending on the blockchain that you're dealing with. But most generally function this way, where it's decentralized. That's the point. So that way you can't just have, the internet goes out so it doesn't work. No, if there's the satellite internet's still going to exist, right? So you're still going to have the ability to gain access to the internet.
Yeah.
Right. It depends. Obviously, if it's a flare, then some of the satellites and maybe all of them could get knocked out too. So there's an argument there. I get that. But once again, that crypto's not going to be gone. It's going to be gone for most people. But wherever there's isolated, protected nodes that has the record of the blockchain, the crypto will still be there.
Yeah. So I've done some EMP testing before. And it's not as easy to destroy all electronics as you think it is.
Exactly.
The ghost of Tim Hale's here.
Tim Hale is here. Are you here, Tim? Can we hear you?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
We just can't see you because your connection may be lagging or something.
What the H? I thought I just fixed it. Hold on one moment.
The Unreasonable Man, welcome to the broadcast.
And now the news. Don't touch that dial.
Rip the knob off.
I love it. What did I miss the first hour? We've been having great conversations.
We a lot of talk about oil. There was a lot of talk of oil, which I was intrigued by because I am interested in the nuances of oil viscosity. It is a very interesting topic.
I can actually speak on that for a long time. But welcome, Tim Hale. We can see you now.
How's my resolution? Am I coming through?
You look good. You look good.
In focus.
You look good.
Well, I don't like to brag, but I will.
I can read your hat, and that's what matters.
You look like an ex-convict. I like it.
Oh, balls. Well, anyway, that's it really hit me hard there. I don't know.
right in the feelings.
Right in the civic virtue.
Both of his feelings. All right, guys.
Thanks for having me on. The illustrious Grid One Motorsports. You're
illustrious. That's quite.
You're a lamb. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. How's everything been going for you, Tim? I hadn't seen you in a week or so since we were on the X Space taking down the dreaded Psycho Hose Beast.
Yeah, that was quite fun. I keep going back and just re-listening to it. I'm just amazed at how much humanity lets me down. But that was.
Did you like my bit at the end where I told her that I was very I'm
just disappointed.
Yeah, the drop off of the bell curve at the end is a little brutal. Yeah, it is pretty brutal.
That was good. That was good. They'll never learn though, so there'll be plenty of other opportunities to say it again.
See, that's the beauty about being like confidently ignorant is that you never have to do anything and you can just be how you are.
Yeah, it's a true tragedy of the human condition, but it gives me motivation to keep wasting time going at them more. So,
well, like I said, just remember the lesson: free will is optional. That's the takeaway.
So, do you have an active court case against the feds for locking you up for 3 years?
It's kind of an interesting subject, and by that I mean it's very tedious and probably boring. But so I actually have an appeal that's in place. So even though I served my sentence, I still have an appeal because the system's very slow. Even though the Supreme Court already ruled that the one felony I was convicted of is bullshit. So you'd think they would just vacate it, but no, I gotta wait. So
wow,
I'm a felon because
they say so.
Pretty
much.
Well,
the first rule of bureaucracy is hurry up and wait, right?
Yeah, and the military.
What do they do about the 3 years that you served? Do they pay
I was about to ask it. How do they compensate you?
They don't. Not while these ladies and gentlemen are in office. If something changes,
Another good reason to vote for Trump, boys. Get Tim paid for his 3 years of his life.
The reality, the recourse is just lawsuit, right?
Well, not necessarily even, because, and this is what's messed up, is that when I learned this just being bored and reading through case law while I was locked up, is that very often the government can't even be sued because of certain levels of immunity. So very often the feds will actually have to consent to being sued. And that's just not going to happen during this administration. So really, instead of wasting time with lawsuits, this, that, and the other thing, the most likely thing is that just going to have to wait for the God Emperor to get back in office and then take over the DOJ. When the DOJ has reasonable people in there, they'll probably just consent to making people whole, as opposed to wasting time with litigation, more than likely.
Yeah, that makes sense, because that jogged a memory about what happened with Hurricane Katrina, because the levees that failed were built by the Army Corps of Engineers, and so they couldn't be sued for the fact that they'd failed, because they said, yo, these need to be redone, and the city never redid them.
Yeah. You see that with a lot of different departments, agencies. Like that happens a lot, like with Native American reservations. Like there's just but you know, this might change in the future. I'm not sure. I don't know if you remember the Chevron decision that came out recently. So I mean, like, you are seeing sort of challenges to the mainstream and how, you know, executive bureaucracies and departments have kind of just, you know, functioned for the like half century. So maybe in the future that will change. But as of right now, yeah, you're pretty much shit out of luck if you ever expect the government to hold itself accountable.
So without ruining any chance of your court case succeeding, what did you do that was so bad they locked you up for 3 years?
Well, okay, so there's what I actually did, there's what they allege I did, and then there's a bunch of irrelevant bullshit. So what I actually did was that I went to the Capitol and okay, I'm sorry. You know, I realized that like 3 years later, the average person has no idea what actually happened that day. So let me do you mind if I take a minute to detour to what actually happened?
Yeah. Can I read this? Let me read this super chat first. $2 comes in from K2. Keep on trucking. Ask him if he got any prison tats while he was up.
Afraid not. My temple is immaculate.
Awesome.
So for those that aren't aware, the riot that happened at the Capitol was going on while Trump was still speaking near the Washington Monument. They call that area the Ellipse. So people left that area. People actually, there were people who weren't even there to hear his speech. They just went to the Capitol and knocked barriers over. The cops had like these ridiculous like police bike racks that were set up as a piecemeal perimeter, and you had like chicken wire fencing or whatever with some little do not trespass signs. A half hour before people like me showed up, they tore these signs down, rolled them up, threw them to the side, and knocked these bike racks over. So thousands and thousands of people had no idea that there was a restricted area on Capitol grounds. So they pour into this area, and there were a lot of federal informants who were involved in this, so it was entrapment by the feds. They pour into this area, and the cops are like, shit, we don't know what the fuck to do. So they just, because half of them are retarded, I'm sorry to say, I think they were set up too. They start shooting into the crowd with flashbang grenades, CS spray. You know, they're shooting rubber bullets. A dude had a plastic round launched through his face. His name was Joshua Black. He got a round right through his cheek. And people are just like, what the fuck did we do? We're just peacefully protesting. So I released video from my phone when I got out. It's just like, we're chanting USA. We're chanting Christ is King. We're singing God Bless America. It's like, from our perspective, there's nothing going on. Like, it's just totally chill. And then we start getting attacked. So the riot happened because the feds basically entrapped people. They got into an area they weren't allowed to be. The cops had no idea what to do. And there were agitators in the crowds, including Antifa members and shit like that. And they were fucking with the cops along a little piecemeal perimeter they set up closer to the Capitol. And this is what incited the riot, because instead of attacking these agitators and Antifa members, they just started launching flashbangs into the middle of the crowd and body slamming old ladies. And nobody knows this shit. Part of my language. You're cool. So I don't know if that's cool. Okay, sweet. So I get there and people go towards the Capitol because they don't even know what the fuck they're supposed to do. Honestly, like a lot of people just went to the Capitol to get away from the cops. And then again, of course, you have people who did break into the Capitol, but people like me walked through open doors. So again, we weren't involved in this. We just wandered through the area. So what I actually did was I went inside the Capitol for maybe half hour, 40 minutes. Excuse me. And I'm taking selfies with statues in an area called the Crypt. Somebody took a Trump flag and they put it in the statue's hand. I'm like, this is funny as shit. I gotta get a picture of it. I went into the area called the Capitol Visitor Center and I was dancing for a little bit. It's on CCTV. It's funny as shit. And and then the cops showed up and they're like, yo, you guys got to leave. And we're like, oh, okay, whatever. And so we leave or whatever. And so it's just like, it's not at all what they said on CNN for like 3 fucking years. They show you the same window getting broken in, but they don't show you the cops attacking the crowd. They don't show you the crap, like normal people walking through the Capitol like it's a tour, walking through velvet ropes and shit like they're on a tour of a museum. And so that's really what happened.
I've seen some of that footage. I have seen some of that footage. Yeah.
Yeah. But they're hiding most of it. So I released some of it on my Twitter because it's just like, this is why they kept a lot of us in solitary. But what they said about me in particular, for those who know, like I was a comedian. I was like an internet satirist. I used to do live streaming and shit like that. And I wasn't famous or anything like that, but I was like a huge internet troll for like 14 years. I don't know if you figured that out from the prior streams.
Yeah, you're a funny guy. You're a funny guy.
I appreciate that. So what they did was, though, they used satire and jokes, and they did to me pretty much what they did with the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. They tried to make me seem like I was a far-right extremist when I was really just an asshole. So they took my satire, they took jokes, they took things out of context so they could try to make me look like a far-right extremist. And then they had my own roommate of 3 years, a Jamaican man, by the way, try to frame me as a white supremacist, and then he wore a wire on him. He wore a fucking wire so that they could try to incriminate me and try to get it seem like I was trying to plan like a civil war or some shit like that.
Wow.
And keep in mind, I had no violent charges. I never assaulted anyone at the Capitol. I didn't break anything. I didn't steal anything. I walked in there with a little American flag and I left. I was wearing a suit and tie with brand new dress shoes I got the night before from Men's Warehouse. I worked
Google says you're a Nazi sympathizer, sir.
Yeah, and that's all anybody's ever gonna fucking hear about me, And it's like,
I feel like we can fix that.
I don't know about that. They've been trying. It's like they still do hit pieces about me on NPR, and this is what's screwed up too. Is that the feds they kept me in solitary confinement for a year, and then when they finally let me out, they planted Antifa members and snitches inside the jail so they could sabotage my case, so I couldn't defend my character. And then they started literally reaching out to NPR, National Public Radio, which is government-funded propaganda wing.
Yeah.
They're sending them information so they can write hit pieces about me while I'm in their custody, and then they're using it to sabotage my case. And they even brought it up at my sentencing hearing. So the federal government is planting informants with me who then send dirt to a publicly funded media branch, which publishes hit pieces on me that the prosecutors then cite at my hearings. And it's just like, I was set up to fail from the very fucking beginning. They completely tried to destroy my reputation and character. I lost my home. I lost my military career. I was a union leader. So I was in charge of dozens of other men. I had a lot of responsibilities, and they completely, fucking destroyed my life. But I mean, I'm glad to be out of prison. So, I mean, there's a benefit to that, but,
sure.
But the fucked up thing too is that I got off easy compared to a lot of other guys. I got friends who were doing like 14 years or 10 years, 8 years for doing nothing or for defending themselves.
I have a friend of mine who he owns a shooting range in a state, and he was questioned multiple times. I think it was only because he had such a platform and he knew so many people that he didn't get charged. But they interviewed him like so many times. They were trying everything they could.
For J-6?
Yeah. Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, it's sad because you can look on TV right now and see the news where black kids and gang members are stealing from the stores up to $1,000 and getting away with it.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, that's what that was another big thing. Is it was again, I don't know if anybody wants to hear a constitutional lecture, but the 14th Amendment has this section on equal protection under the law, and so it's just like
you were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, you're not supposed to prosecute. People would think like it's like, okay, you can't discriminate for religious or for ethnic reasons, and that's fair enough. But you're also not supposed to do it for political reasons. And so when BLM, literally the year before, is rioting in DC, or when you have like the Portland riots and they're burning down half the country, they're attacking federal courthouses, or it's just like this is clearly selective prosecution. And again, it's not. I don't even like to make that argument. I have to for the constitutional reason, but it's not even a whataboutism. It's not like, well, what about Antifa or BLM? It's really they fucking set us up. Like they had James Knowles. He's a federal informant who infiltrated the Proud Boys. You have several FBI informants who were there who set people up. The Oath Keepers had informants planted in their organization. There were Antifa members there. I met a dude in jail, a J-6 patriot. He admitted that he and his co-defendant were rats who were at the Capitol as crisis actors so they could get out of trouble for, charges they had from 2020. So it's just like you have all kinds of people who are planted in that crowd and nobody has any idea how complicated this is. It's so convoluted. It's disturbing. And the average person has no fucking idea. They just think a bunch of Trump supporters went there to stop democracy or some bullshit. Absolutely not what happened at all. But you're never going to hear that, especially from cum guzzlers like this Destiny. So.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a regular rally, but this is why, because like my girl actually asked me before that shit, like, should we go? And I was just like, I want to go. But after seeing what happened, where the BLM protests got sparked into riots by Antifa over and over and over again, I'm just like, they're going to do the same thing there. And then they're going to beat you over the head about it. Like, look what just happened in the debate, right? The plant there had the loaded question. Hey, how do you feel about Jan 6, Trump? It's just like, and then like when he's just like I tried to stop it from happening, which he did, and he was censored by the machine to do that, to enable it, right? Because I saw the post and then he got banned, right? And people still float that around. I got it saved, right? Where he's like trying to tell people, yo, don't go home. Like, we're not trying to start anything. But yet they censored that, claiming he was trying to start something. Like, how about that?
Yeah, I mean, and for years they've covered that up. He offered National Guard support. He offered thousands and thousands of troops. Nancy Pelosi and Mayor Bowser said no. And if you look at the body cams of even the Metro PD, after they retreat, they're like, "Fuck, they set us up. They set us up." It's like, well, yeah, but who's they? Pelosi's in charge of the Capitol Police, and Mayor Bowser's in charge of the Metro PD. So who the fuck set them up? It wasn't Trump. It was the people in charge of them. They deliberately refused National Guard support.
Yeah, and it comes down to like people, I never want to attribute malice to incompetence, right? And that's why like people will try to get the tinfoil hats out and say this is a massive conspiracy. But the thing is, you don't even need to do a conspiracy. It's just malicious compliance. The Trump derangement syndrome has propaganda has gotten so out of control that they've agitated people into malicious compliance. And like I said, you don't even have to assume that they or make the assertion that they did it on purpose. The thing is, it's still happening. Regardless of how it happened, it's still happening and it needs to stop.
So Mosman, John Mosman would like to know, were you at the really bad prison where they were treated like crap? The one the Congress lady toured?
I think you're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG. If that's what you're talking about, then yes. Yeah, I was in what they call the DC Gulag, which was basically just the jail in DC, because DC, the District of Columbia, doesn't have a prison. They just have a jail that they housed us in as pretrial detainees. So they denied us bail, our constitutional right, and they just housed us in solitary. And so eventually, I think it was in September of 2021, around there, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Louis Gohmert, both those Congress people, they came in to inspect our living conditions, and they were freaked the fuck out. So to their credit, I think MTG, she issued a
ZT then donated $20 super chat. Grid, thank you for using your platform to allow this gentleman's voice be heard. Folded hands, flexed biceps. USA, let freedom ring. USA, flexed biceps, folded hand.
Not sure if you guys could hear that because you're probably listening through the platform and it only goes out over YouTube. So but basically, ZT Den, who is a long time patron of the show, Says, Grid, thank you for using your platform to allow this gentleman's voice to be heard. Absolutely. Tim Hale is absolutely welcome here anytime. I was shocked that he was in the chat, and I'm glad that he was. And let freedom ring. Absolutely.
Well, I thank you for listening to me. I appreciate the super chat and supporting the show here. And yeah, it's pretty sweet. One thing I'll just correct: I'm no gentleman. I'm kind of an asshole, but I do appreciate you wanting to hear the story.
Yeah. Everybody got to hear.
I don't think trespassing is a felony. So,
I mean, it's an interesting. The whole thing is interesting. Pardon me. It's really got to burn you a little bit every time you hear Destiny talk about it.
It does. I watched his debate with Andrew, and I understand why he, methodically deconstructed him the way he did. But what I'd like to see I didn't watch the Owen Schroyer debate he did with him, and from what I hear in Destiny, like usual, he tried to weasel his way through the answers. But what I'd like to see is I'd like to just have Destiny confronted with the truth of what actually happened that day, versus the semantics of what is an insurrection versus that this, that, or the other thing. I think it actually kind of belabors the point. And I understand why for years people have kind of had to well, is it really an insurrection versus that? It's like, well, what other option do people have when they're arguing with people who can just cite CNN, MSNBC, this, that, the other thing, cite the DOJ. It's just like, well, someone like me, I have the stories of dozens of other men I was locked up with, saved in my fucking head. Right. And I could say, well, this dude was set up by a family member. He had an informant who was following him. They lied about this. The CCTV was withheld. It actually shows this didn't happen. This person was set up by a snitch in a chat group. This, that, and the other. Like, I can do that all fucking day. And I can be like, well, here's a dude who's planting a drop gun in the crowd, which is clearly a setup. Here's a fucking FBI agent wearing a blue coat. And here's 5 Metro PD officers from the electronic surveillance unit who were blending into the crowd, and they're telling people to break the law. Here's FBI agents who are cheering the crowd on as they break into the building. It's just I could do that all day, and if I had the time, I wish I could coach someone to just go after Destiny. Hey, here's a list of all the shit you haven't heard. And here's why. Not only is it not an insurrection for semantical reasons, it's not an insurrection because it was a straight up entrapment scheme, and the fucking feds are all over the place. So yeah, but Destiny, he's just a fucking rat.
Yeah, Destiny doesn't want to hear any of that.
To me, he is because I had somebody ask me to do an assessment when he was first going to be on Fresh and Fit, and hey, what do you think of this guy? Because I haven't heard of him either. And I watched a 15-minute video, and I had one word in response. I said, disingenuous.
Yeah.
Because the way that he was debating, the way that he was talking, I'm just like, this guy's disingenuous. And for me, and now with further context, he is the personification of the sunk cost fallacy.
He's still live? Don't think it's live. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah. Hey,
what's going on, guys? How you doing?
I'm good, Andrew. How are you, sir?
Good. Right, so I'm in a car with Glenn right now. Heading back to the hotel room. We just did this Jubilee, dude. So I wanted to tell you the funniest shit you've heard all night. Okay, it's the funniest thing you heard all night.
Okay.
So we're sitting there. Okay, I'm waiting. Wait, you want me to tell you?
Yeah, yeah. We're ready. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh. All right. So there's this guy who's there. I don't know, someone like Gabe. What's this echo, bro? Yeah, you gotta turn that off. Okay. So there's this gay dude who's there, and he has an Indian mohawk, like a balding mohawk, dude. And it's fucking twink suit, and he's wearing American flag high heels. He's wearing American flag high heels. He goes over and he just goes off on Destiny, right? He goes off on him at this event. He just starts screaming at him at the top of his lungs, we all let it go on for a while because it was so funny. But then he gets up, dude, and he does a heel spin. He did a heel spin Right? Stomped off. Yeah, and he stomped off, and he was gating his hips as he was stomped off. It was the funniest thing I've ever fucking seen.
Wow.
So I thought I
would make the final cut.
I think it's going to make the cut.
Oh, it's definitely going to make the cut.
It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That's awesome.
So anyway, I thought you guys were getting a kick out of that.
I do because it's weird that Destiny is getting turned down by another man. So that's odd.
Well, I'm not sure he did, but I just think it's so funny, dude. He did the heel spin, and then he did the gate walk. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Sounds like Destiny got fucked.
Yeah. It was so, dude. Was that the funniest thing you've seen?
Oh my goodness, yes.
God, that was so funny. But anyway, I just
the look on your face.
Yeah.
When you saw the heels, you were like,
"Oh man!" I was like, "What the fuck is going on here, dude?" And then I'm sorry, I can barely keep it together, right? But you'll see for yourself. You'll see for yourself.
Okay. When does this Jubilee air?
I don't know. I don't know exactly when, but it was the. Do you know when it airs?
What?
Do you know when they said it airs?
No, it's probably gonna be before the election.
Yeah, probably. So, I don't know, a week or two, whatever.
Did you guys have a good time other than the heel spin?
I mean, that was funny as shit watching that. I mean, that's
obviously, but
yeah, that's part of the fun time. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. It was fun. It's I guess at this point, like any show, people are always complaining about how long they are. I'm like, man, you should try an episode of whatever sometime. but anyway, yeah, no, it was a good trip. So
cool, man.
Yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Yep. So I just I thought I'd break the news over on your channel just because it's so funny.
Can you
That
say
is very funny?
Would it
We
be
have the
breaking
right
the
guy
rules
here.
if you said what he was yelling at him about, or is that against the rules?
No, I'm not going to give it. I'm not going to give out any.
All right.
I'm not going to give out any info like that, right? Because they were nice enough to invite me on. So,
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but it was so funny, dude.
That's okay. Tim's already trying to figure out how he can work that into a comedy routine. So
No, dude, it was. I was dying laughing. But anyway, all right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Then I just wanted to call in real quick and tell you
I
that.
appreciate it.
Cool.
All right,
Always
have a good one, guys.
Yeah, man.
Keep in
All
touch
right.
with yourself.
Talk to you soon, Andrew.
That was funny.
Like I said,
heel
Destiny's
spin
the walking
is always
personification of the
epic.
sunk cost fallacy. And that's a good example. He's got that's why when you were saying like he needs to get a reality check, that's the thing. I think he knows he's just coping so fucking hard he can't help himself.
I don't even
know he's writing a book about Jan 6. You know that, right? Like he's gone down the rabbit hole on Jan.
Destiny's writing a book.
Yeah,
about
just like how he's trying to tell everybody how to have a good fucking relationship. And then his wife fucks around on him multiple times and leaves for another guy that'll actually mate Garter, proving the red pill right. And then he's acting like, oh, I knew it was going to happen all along.
Well, the
Sunk
first thing I'll
cost
say,
fallacy.
I don't even know if it's bad faith. Oh, excuse me. So what I should say is I don't think it's cope. I think it's just pure bad faith. I think he's just a propaganda.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that his cope has gone so far that his ego will not allow him to admit the truth. Because imagine you had to admit the truth that sucking D's is what it is. He can never admit to that.
Well, he already
never.
did.
He can never. You do understand? That's how deep, literally, he is.
doesn't
He
he brag
can
about
never go back.
No, he's bragged about it now. He was on the Hodge twins talking about sometimes he just really wants a hard throbbing cock.
Yeah, like I said, he can't go back now. He's
Tim's
suffering
Tim's
the
crying,
ultimate
laughing right now.
punishment
That's
of the
exactly what
sunk
he
cost
said.
fallacy. Like I said, this is what happens when you don't acknowledge reality for what it actually is. Reality will ultimately slap you in the face. The truth always wins in the end, and
I don't
God
know.
is reality.
I don't think a
My
book
bad.
written. I don't think a book written by him will go too. I don't think it will go too far because I think all the pages will be stuck together.
because he's so busy cooming.
Yeah, because he's cooming all the time. Now, here's the thing, though. The thing is that Destiny, if you haven't watched like the Piers Morgan thing, at the second one where he gets fried for the second time by Piers, and he talks about how he's devoted so much of his time. He's like pushing everything else off because he's compiling all of this data and he was talking about it before the Rob Noor debate. He's just compiling all the data. He is the guy that he knows everything there is to know about Jan 6, and he's going to write a book, and it's going to be he's the expert now. And what's interesting is that Rob Noor torpedoed him with one comment about how the only court in the entire country that found Jan 6 to be an insurrection was in Colorado, and it was not an opinion. It was just 4 justices who said it seems like an opinion to us. I mean, an insurrection to us. That's it. It wasn't a legal opinion. It wasn't a finding. It was just these guys who made a comment.
Again, because of how it was being presented. When you actually look, see, this is the thing. I have eyes in my head and a brain, right? And when I saw this stuff going down, once again, I already kind of figured that something bad was going to happen because of what had already been going on, and it's rules for thee, but not for me mentality, right? So just seeing how they'd already been mishandling things, I'm just like, well, it's obvious they're just going to mishandle it in the opposite direction. But I'm watching what's actually happening, seeing the footage before, because they're showing all this stuff. Like a lot of the footage, they kind of started taking some of it down, but they were showing as much as they could at first, right? To try to make the MAGA people look bad, right? So I'm seeing, there's clearly people that are confused. There's clearly officers helping these people, not fighting them when they're inside. All the fighting seems to be going on mostly outside, right? And I'm just like, I'm not seeing any coordinated action. I'm like, the legal and word definitions do not match the reality of what they're trying to sell.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's as an outside observer. I don't like I'm on Destiny level in terms of like I'm an outside observer, but yet he wants to try. I'm sure that his book will be the piece de resistance finest cherry picked spin.
Interviewed Tim for his book, so
well. Let me say a few things about that. I think not about the book thing, but actually, if Destiny's writing a book about Jan 6 and he has all the stats, more than likely he's working with an organization called the Sedition Hunters, and these are federal informants. They're basically cat ladies who get paid by the DOJ and FBI to snitch on people.
Cat ladies.
I'm not even joking, but I mean, kind of too. But so yeah, you have these people called Sedition Hunters, and they push out propaganda. They find people in crowds. They use technology they use facial recognition software to hunt people down. They snitch on people. They fuck people's lives up. They send tips into the feds. They get paid for it. There are plenty of articles about this, but there's a book out about the Sedition Hunters by some journalist who's probably himself a snitch. What people need to understand is that if there are huge books pushing the insurrection narrative by public officials, more than likely they're propagandists. And so they're getting paid to push disinformation. That's the first thing. So it wouldn't surprise me if Destiny at this point in his career is just a full-on rat for the feds who pushes out propaganda, especially regarding something like January 6th, which is so clearly a color revolution and false flag. But the second thing regarding the footage, I have footage on my page. I say, like, I kind of like snuck out. There's some footage that I've released and stuff, and it shows, the cops were body slamming old ladies. They were attacking the crowd, and you had people like who were just wandering around. There's plenty of footage of this, but they've tried to withhold it. But yeah, I mean, there's a treasure trove of information out there for people who want it. The problem is framing. It takes a while to frame this because it's so convoluted. It's easier to just say insurrection from the left side or from the right side to just say, it wasn't that bad. What about BLM? I think I had another point I wanted to address. But, the Colorado thing. Yeah, I mean, look, the Supreme Court already throttled that, the U.S. Supreme Court. So what Colorado said was effectively irrelevant. They tried to take Trump off the ballot, didn't work. So those arguments, they're totally irrelevant. And the fourth thing I would just say is that regarding the definition of insurrection, again, I was a history major. So the Philippine insurrection, we call it the Filipino-American War, because it was an armed insurrection, an armed revolt by the Filipinos to assert their independence after we conquered the Philippines from the Spanish after the Spanish-American War after 1898. We spent years putting down an insurgency. That's an insurrection. You could say the Civil War in America, that was an insurrection. 800,000 people died. You know, and even, but I mean, again, these nuances are totally lost. If you have a bunch of people wandering into a building with flagpoles, that's not an insurrection. And I'll go even further. I'll concede ground that there were guns. There were a couple people there who did have guns, but it wasn't an armed insurrection. Here's why. Because the feds didn't treat it as such. There was a guy who dropped, as I said, there was a guy who left a drop gun. He left a loaded firearm in a holster, dropped it on the ground. He told the feds, "Oh, I misplaced it." He got probation, and nobody ever talked about it. You have one guy. His name was John Banuelos. They call him the Cowpoke. He climbed a scaffold. After pulling his shirt up and showing a firearm in his waist to Vice News and a bunch of media outlets with a bunch of people who were posing there to make it seem like it was more violent than it was. He pulls out the gun. He shows it to the media. Later on, he climbs a scaffold. He points it right up into the air and fires it. Nobody even knows about this for years. But because another defendant named Derek Evans, he ended up running for office. He pointed this out, and he's like, "Yo, this guy is the only guy who fired a firearm. Like, what happened to this guy? Is this guy a Fed?" Suddenly, they arrest him 3+ years later, and this guy was already known to the feds because he was involved in a stabbing murder out in Utah. The feds knew about him. So the only guys who actually had firearms that could you'd be like, "What the hell?" It's just like, "Oh, we don't really care." So is it really an armed insurrection? Or are these people were these people assets who were planted in the crowd if they potentially needed them for whatever narrative? They didn't seem to care about that.
And that's the thing. There could have been people conceal carrying illegally that did it because they believe in their Second Amendment. I'm not eliminating that possibility either. But once again, are these people brandishing and firing these weapons? No, I'm not seeing any footage. You guaranteed if there was, civilians with MAGA hats on, firing guns, taking people out, there would be, if you believe the left's narrative, right, about how deadly guns are, right, there should be a lot more people no longer in this world if it was what they say it was. But like I said, it's very clearly not.
That's exactly
doesn't meet the definition.
The only people
you have to be gaslit. You have to be denying what they're actually showing you. Like I said, they're showing you footage of people not really doing anything other than a regular protest turned into a riot that we'd already been having for over a year in this country off and on, right? And this is something that's happened historically too. And people are being told that it's something it's not.
Yeah, the only riot happened though when the feds started gassing people and shit. That's the only
right.
And they caused that.
There was agitators.
Everybody was cool right up until the feds.
Antifa, once again, was involved. The guy that got paid a bunch of money. I can't remember the dude's name, but it's literally the same dude. Yeah. And I'm not surprised he was there because I thought he was going to be there. Do you understand?
Yeah. He had a whole Discord channel. Some people downloaded it. You can find it on Rumble. I have the links for it. He had a whole Discord channel full of Antifa members who were saying they were going to be there to fuck shit up. Yeah, there were. We have multiple Antifa guys who are ID'd from being there. They came out of state. Even there was a guy who admitted he was a defendant. Actually, his name was Landon Copeland. He confessed. He confessed openly that he was there with over 100 other Antifa members from Antifa cells, and he apologized. I was just like, "Yeah, sorry, but we were all there." There was a guy named Zach Alam. He was supposed to get sentenced today, actually. I don't know if he did. He's the guy who broke the window where Ashley Babbitt got shot through the neck. That dude was Antifa. He ended up in the gulag with us, and then he got extracted later on, but he confessed he was Antifa. So, were all these Trump supporters, there were the only deaths that happened on January 6th were Trump supporters. You had Roseanne Boylan, who died at the tunnel, and guess who was there? You had a guy named Jake Lang, who is an anarchist. And he's a federal informant. He was there fighting the cops with a baseball bat for 3 hours. And the guy who handed him the baseball bat was he was a communist. His name was Josiah Kenyon. He was there dressed like Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't know why, but he hands the baseball bat to him. So a communist hands an anarchist a baseball bat to attack cops in an area where a Trump supporter named Roseanne Boylan gets killed. You have a guy named Zach Alam who uses a police helmet to break a window where a Trump supporter named Ashley Babbitt gets shot through the neck. And it's just like most of the violence, happen for reasons that are totally unknown to the average, to the general public. And I'm not saying people didn't get out of hand, but you got to remember, we're all men here, right? Like I served in the Army for 12 years. A lot of people were in law enforcement or whatever. It's just like, you see an old woman get body slammed. How the fuck are you supposed to react to that? You see kids getting maced in the face, or, there was a woman named Christina Kelso. She was there to protest COVID or some bullshit. Like, okay, whatever. I don't care about that. But like, she was there and she was, I don't know. They sprayed her. She was on the ground in like the fetal position and they're still spraying her in the face. There was a woman, like I said, who got body slammed with a riot shield, and the whole crowd starts freaking the F out and starts going at the cops along the Western Terrace. And it's like, there's just all these details. You have an ocean of thousands and thousands of people. And even to the credit of the cops, I think a lot of them were completely caught off guard and they just started seeing red or had tunnel vision because they're just like, we need more ammunition. It's like, it's not doing anything. It's like every one we hit, 10 more get pissed off. We need more ammunition. It's like, are you listening? Are you, like, they don't even listen to their own superiors. Like there was wind blowing in the direction of the cops. So they say like hundreds of cops got injured. It's like, I don't even believe that, but a lot of them were injured by their own equipment. Like they were shooting CS at the crowd and it was blowing back in their faces. They had blowback because they weren't listening to their superiors. And anybody, I don't know, like anybody, everybody's done firearms or just, I know a lot of people in the military or law enforcement, you have to deal with CS and chemical sprays and stuff like that. You're not supposed to spray into the fucking wind because it'll fucking hit you. I don't know what they were doing. A lot of these, it's like
that's what happens when you defund the police. They don't get enough training.
That's a thing too. A lot of them were actually, if you read some of the reports and stuff like that, they were actually using a lot of equipment that was totally out of date that like shouldn't have been used for years. But like they didn't even know how to use their equipment. They weren't even properly trained with some of it. And some of it, again, it's just like some of it's just like, how do you think the crowd's going to react when you do X, Y, and Z? So if you take a tear gas canister and you launch it into the crowd, you think there's a possibility one of them might be like, I don't know, I'm going to throw this right back at you. Guess what happens? They throw tear gas canisters into some of the crowd and they're just like, what the fuck? I didn't do anything wrong. And they throw it right back at the cops. And now the cops are coughing and shit because of their own tear gas. And it's like, nobody hears any of this shit. People just think a bunch of rednecks with flagpoles started just beating on cops. And it's just like, that ain't what happened. And it's just like, I don't even know what to say. It's just, it's so beyond the pain. I'm sorry for like diarrheaing out of my mouth for like, but it's just,
no,
like,
you're cool, dude. You're cool.
I'm like,
no, I understand. Like I said, for me, it's cathartic actually, because I saw all this unfold. Like I said, I was worried it was going to happen, and I'm sad that, I'm glad to see that you came out of it. But knowing that, people can have this happen to them, like I said, this is what Antifa is, right? I want to make that very clear. Like, people want to like try to beat around the bush here, but the thing is, Antifa are fucking Marxist, communists, fascists. It's in the name. They say we're anti-fascist. Well, who's going to say I'm anti-fascist and then go around doing fascist things? Come on, they're just fucking fascists.
I'll even concede. I'll be as generous as possible and say they are anti-fascist, but that doesn't mean anything. Stalin is an anti-fascist. Well, okay. If you look at the Antifa logo, most of them use, they just reappropriated the old anti-fascist action communist front group symbol from the 30s in Germany. So I mean, it's just like, okay, you're actual communists then. It's like,
that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't mean anything.
People don't understand that the difference between a communist and a fascist is not as big as most people want to assume. That's the problem. They don't understand that a lot of that the same thing with socialists, they actually kind of believe a offshoot of Russian Orthodoxy that believes in the end of history. That's what Marx was talking about. It's a death cult.
So anyway, I had a buddy of mine, like I said, he's a competitive shooter like I am. And he actually owns a range somewhere in the country. And he got interviewed multiple times. And I promise you, if it wasn't for the fact that he knew the people that he knew, he would have been in your situation. And he never talked to anybody. I mean, anybody about anything that he did there, anything he saw. he was just like, nope, I'm not saying anything. And it, because again, I think he was very concerned about, talking to anybody about it, even friends, because of exactly what you went through.
It's absolutely right. I mean, dude, I lived with the dude for 3 years, my roommate, and I don't think like he went out of his way to find the feds. What I think happened is that my employer tipped off NCIS. They came to our apartment and they found the dude, and he was getting out of the Navy. I can't believe, it's like, bro, am I your bro or what? But like his Navy contract was about to end. I think they strong-armed him or something. I've heard different things,
Sure.
but whatever. I can't even hold it against him. I actually kind of feel bad for putting him in the spotlight, but
right.
But yeah, I mean, dude, I was locked up with a guy, his son turned him in. Dude, I was locked up with the dude his coworker who he drove to work every day for over a year. He turned him in.
Wow.
Coworkers, neighbors, friends, family. It's almost like the end times. I don't like just making an analogy, just like mother against daughter. Like, it's just crazy how like the Trump era, I'm not blaming Trump. It's just like, there's just this insanity where you can't agree to disagree. It's like people are fucking proud of snitching on people that love them.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I never would have thought that.
It's fucked up. And it's like, but yeah, I mean, good. But here's the thing, man. Like, I don't know why they choose to prosecute some people and don't. Because here's the fucking truth. They had CCTV cameras everywhere, even places they won't admit. They're withholding thousands of hours even from defendants. There are cameras that they don't acknowledge exist.
Yeah,
and
I know that for a fact.
Washington, D.C. is the most surveilled place on the fucking planet. It's like North Korea, if you really think about it. Every street corner, every inch of Washington, D.C. is surveilled. They have facial recognition software and geolocation tactics or technology they can use for your phones. If you were there, they fucking know who you are. There's no way they don't know. The question is, are they going to waste their time following or hunting you down? The truth is, like, a lot of it at this point is just optics. They're still arresting people, but it's like a couple this week, a couple next week. It's just so they have the numbers for the election. Initially, though, they had what was called the shock and awe campaign. So they were just hunting people down. Me, the shaman dude, like they were just people like were in the media or people who like they could get a good narrative out of.
Screwed that shaman dude hardcore, man. Like,
yeah, and that's one of the things that I was like, my girl asked me like what I thought they were trying to do, and I'm like, I think they're going to try to manufacture a preponderance of evidence so that way they can spin a narrative that Trump is exactly what they're accusing him of, the mustache man.
So if he actually, so let's just say that Trump is reelected, where do you think that takes your position?
Well, let me just.
Where do you hope? I mean, obviously, there's hope, and where do you think it'll take it?
Yeah. So So there are different. There's a lot of different things.
Sure.
But, so Trump has spoken openly about a few things. He does want to be able to pardon certain people. I guarantee it's not going to be a blanket pardon, because that would be, for the reasons I've already expressed, that would be stupid, because you would be pardoning some Antifa members. You'd be pardoning some FBI informants. You'd be pardoning people who frankly set us up and set him up. Because it wasn't just a way to set Tim Hale to prison for 3 years. It was a way to fuck up an entire movement, to fuck up President Trump, and fuck up the entire country. It wouldn't be true justice if you gave pardons to people who set us up in the first place. I'm not speaking on behalf of Trump, but that's kind of what I get from it. I've never seen once him say that they're going to pardon everybody. It wouldn't be prudent. But what I do think is that more than likely, they're going to spend the first couple months probably going through the cases and figuring out, well, who was a plant and who wasn't. That's what I would imagine. But I think what they're going to be able to do immediately, is stop the prosecutions. So stop hunting down, grandmas who are praying on the steps, just so you can get another body. That's kind of where we're at this point. It's just like the real bad guy, like they don't care about the real bad guys, because a lot of them were actually working for them. And they're mainly at this point, they're just digging at the bottom of the barrel to find, whatever. Like I said,
whatever they can, right?
Yeah. So, old people, teenage. They just arrested someone who was 17 at the time of January 6th. You know, so it's just like at this point again, it's just about the bodies and about the atrocity propaganda. So I think the main thing before we get to pardons, I would say just stop the prosecutions. For people who have ridiculous sentences like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, I would say commute their sentences at minimum, commute them, because some of them got like 20 fucking years. Enrique Tarrio, I don't know if you guys know who that is. He's the leader of the Proud Boys, and he wasn't even in Washington D.C. He wasn't even in D.C. He got 20 years.
So they got him on like some sort of because Myron talks about this all the time, the RICO charges.
Well, it wasn't. It was seditious conspiracy. So more or less, basically that the idea that like, well, they had this idea as a group, and he's the ringleader. Because here's some text messages. What they did with the Proud Boys, and so as well as the Oath Keepers, is they took a lot of text messages and stuff like that out of context, and they basically put it in front of a jury as a grand conspiracy. And that was basically it. And it didn't take long for them to convict. Most of us get convicted within hours, or if it's a longer trial, like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, within a day, a couple of days, I guess. But the Oath Keepers. Did you have a real trial? I had a trial that lasted a week. Really 4 days if you don't count the first day. It's called the voir dire hearing. That's where you do jury selection. And actually, I guess 3 days, because I guess the last day. Did I get my? Yeah, I think I might have gotten my verdict on Monday. But they go into deliberation and then they come back within a few hours. The problem is that it doesn't matter how good your lawyer is. It doesn't matter how good your arguments are. It's Washington, D.C. They hate you. They hate Trump. And they're especially, again, you look at what they called me. They intentionally frame things so that it prejudices the jury against you even further. So God forbid you don't take the plea. And I didn't take a plea. A lot of people do. And I understand why they don't, because they will fuck you up if they can. And so I didn't take the plea. And so I was sitting in jail. Not in prison, not convicted. I'm sitting in jail for 16 months straight before I can get a fucking trial. They wouldn't let me have a fair and speedy trial. I couldn't have religious services. I couldn't see my family. Half the time they turned my own lawyer away. They wouldn't give me my evidence. And it's like for 16 months, it's just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm still going to trial. You're not going to, I'm going to put you to your burden. They didn't, but I still got convicted. And that's that's what happens to pretty much everybody. Everybody gets convicted. It's like and keep in mind also, the federal justice system has like a 99% conviction rate as it is. And again, that's mostly because they force people into plea deals and shit like that. But, it prioritizes convictions, not justice. So, and I think there's also an element of, I'm going to say there's an incestuous element in the justice system between the courts and the prosecutors' offices, the DOJ, and I'll even go further and say there's an incestuous element between both of them and the public defender's office. I initially had a public defender, and he told me that he was friends with my prosecutor. And we joke about like, hey, he's a nice guy. He's not going to do you any favors. Just like, oh, thanks for that. The head of the public defender's office, her name was Shelley Peterson. She told my friend Jess Watkins, one of the Oath Keepers, that she was basically a Klansman, and she tried to steal her vote, and all Trump supporters are going to go to prison. And it's just like, well, thanks for fighting for your fucking client. This is the head of the public defender's office. So, I mean, the whole system was just set up to lose from the very beginning.
Yeah, it fucking sucks, man.
Crazy, man.
What a time to be alive. Guilty until proven innocent.
Here
Fantastic.
We go. Yeah. Balls.
Welcome, Sport Brand. How are you tonight?
Hey, I'm doing very well. Thank you, sir. Shot there by a panel. It took me so long to figure out how Discord works. I completely forgot what I was going to comment on. So I'm here. I'm just here.
Good job.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Worries.
So, Tim, man, I got to be honest with you. It's been awesome having you on. It's been you're funny. That's always good when people are funny. Mikey Balls wants to know if you have Instagram. He's not gay. He's just he's a.
I mean, wouldn't it be your at and your name there? Is that X or Instagram?
He's a content creator, and he actually has a really good channel. So does a lot of political stuff. So
well, Thank you for the interest, Mike Balls. I do not have Instagram. I'm actually, this is another I'm sorry to go on a tangent real quick. The feds nuked all my social media. I lost all my satire I made since I was 14. They took down my Facebook, my Instagram. I couldn't even prove who I was. Like all my military graduation photos, literally everything was fucking gone. But I have the fucking name right there. That's my Twitter account. So, but I don't have Insta. I ain't about that life anymore. Shit.
Shit.
Yeah, I have one until they figure out who I am and ban me. I'll probably do that eventually. Even though I don't post anything other than just like good pictures of myself.
It's a stone cold world.
That sucks, Tim, man. I've seen some people railroaded before, but I honestly, and I'm sure there pardon me. I'm sure there are worse stories, but damn, son. Damn. This is the worst railroad story I think I've ever heard. I think ever. Like, this is some old West, stranger out of town, fucking railroad, kangaroo court shit right here. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like, is this some sort of fucking Hollywood, like, action thriller type shit or something?
Yeah.
It sounds like a movie. It really
does.
does.
Welcome to the WB. No, sadly not. Sadly not. But
so how are you now, Tim? What are you doing now? Where are you at? How you hanging in there? You doing okay?
I could use some McDonald's. Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, I'm all right. I'm working and I'm just trying to rebuild my life. I'm trying to maintain some privacy while also at the same time having the scrotum to go online and fucking bitch about how fucked up it is.
Exercising your First Amendment right? First Amendment.
I mean, I try to do some speaking stuff here and there. I've done quite a few interviews I have on my YouTube if you want to waste your nights. But I started the Twitter mainly so I could post a lot of the video that's exculpatory to the guys I was locked up with, because they're still in prison, so they don't have a voice. So I'm just like, well, so I'm trying to just, again, it's not going to get them out. It's fucked up as it is, but at least I can tell people, it's not what it was. This guy's innocent. That guy's innocent. This chick was, fucked up. This isn't what they said. That's basically my whole life right now, is just advocating for the people I was locked up with, and just trying to tell people how fucked they got. It's quite a life, but better than being locked up. So I have to be extremely grateful, but it does. It's fucked up. It's not like PTSD, but it's just like I have to live with the fact that I had to leave behind a lot of the friends I made, and it's fucked. It's just because I also know I know a lot of their personal, stuff. So it's just like not all of them have a huge safety net. It's just like it's real fucked up. They did this shit to people they knew couldn't fight back, who just had no means of supporting yourself. Like, you got people who can't even fucking afford commissary and shit like that. They can't even buy coffee in fucking prison. And it's like, I'm like joking, not joking. I'm laughing kind of like facetiously, because it's just like it fucking boils my blood. It's just like I would boil the flesh off my fucking bones if I knew I could get my fucking friends out of prison. These it's just fucking evil. But
that's
McDonald's.
Yeah. That's solid, man. Solid. Wow, interesting. Very interesting. So, I mean, I hope you are doing speaking engagements. I think that, especially now's the time for that stuff to be heard.
Yeah. I got to be, it's very, it's complicated, because like on the same time, it's just like they've used us as weapons against Trump, and so like it's like it's a very delicate thing to do, because like you talk in the wrong place. There's some scumbag journalist. I told you, NPR is still writing hit pieces about me. There's some dude. I've been out of prison since December. There's still some dude. I can't remember his name. He's just some freaking parasite. He's still writing hit pieces about me being like some Nazi monster. You know, it's just, yeah, it's like, I was in prison, actually. I was in the Bureau of Prisons, and there were people, there were journalists reaching out to my family, asking them about me being in jail, running a Nazi gang. And it's like, I'm not in that jail anymore. I'm in prison. What are you talking about? I'm not even there. You know, it's just like, it's just all about the narrative. And anyway, I have the, you know, I have a very thick skin. I had a fucked up life. So I'm just like, I'm a pure troll at this point. I have what it, you know, like, you have no idea. Like, I like the shit with autocorrect or the British or, you know, the British lady, you know, it's just like, I could do that all day. Like, that's been my life since I was a kid. Like, I'm from Jersey. Like, I don't care, but,
yo, dude, you could call it the T word. It's fine.
I don't know what you're talking about. I said lady. I said
you're a
lady.
Gentleman. You were a gentleman.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And a scholar.
That
but
that's I gotta be honest, man. I appreciate your sense of humor about this. I do. Because I think a lot of people would be really bitter right now. I also appreciate the fact that you want people to, you know how bad it was, and you want so people can, you know, I like that you want to help the people that you were in there with. I respect that, man. I think that's honestly, that's badass. That might be the most badass thing you've said all night, to be honest. That you, you know, that you would go exceedingly far out of your way to help the people that you were in there for with, and that are in there wrongly, right? Like, they're not, you know, I mean,
not so much of an asshole after all, I guess.
it's an interesting dynamic, right? Like, it's one thing if if somebody goes to prison and they are legitimately a bad guy and they deserve to be there and they did the thing that people said they did. It's entirely different if you didn't do it and you know that other people around you didn't do it.
You know, hold on one second. Let me show you something.
Yeah, man. I'll hold on. OPC Don, I linked the video that has all the ridiculous amount of views, and it's got like almost 1 million impressions. I have to look at the data. I wasn't really planning on it, but I can, I guess.
This is just a pin. You know, it's not the actual guy. I don't want to confuse anybody, but this is a pin about I wear this every now and then when I you know, dress up and I, you know, do interviews or, you know, speak or whatever.
Sure.
And this is Matthew Perna, and Perna he was a defendant who, you know, they said they would give him a plea deal. He wouldn't do much time, and then right as he was signing his plea deal, they threatened to put him in prison for an extended period of time, and he ended up hanging himself. I don't know if I can say. Can I say that self-deleted himself?
Well, I mean, you've already said it, so it's cool. But yeah,
I apologize.
That's all right. It's all right. You know, I say a lot of really messed up stuff too. Don't worry about it.
There are a handful of people. I'm not going to go through all the names, but I mean, he's you know, Perna was one example. His aunt is like you know, she goes out. She actually, you know, started a foundation for him, and like they do like a 5K run every year, and it's just like I got to do something. I got to talk about the guys I was locked up. You got people who don't know, like we've created like a community and stuff like that. You know, we try to like advocate for as many people as possible, because people get really like people get extremely desperate, and you don't want that to happen to anybody else. It's bad enough it's bad enough the protesters died on January 6th, and it's bad enough their names are being dragged through the mud. It's bad enough people are leaving their spouses. It's bad enough people are losing their kids. It's bad enough, you know, people are losing their homes and their livelihoods and everything they've built in their lives. But people especially don't need to take their lives. And it's just like, that's the worst case scenario, of course. But it's just like, that happens. It has happened. It might happen in the future. It's just like, so I appreciate what you said, but hey, it's my moral obligation. I can't not talk about it after getting out. A lot of people, I understand, like they just want to move on with their lives, but I can't not do it. I can't not do it. So
yeah, I haven't ever experienced it, but I've known a couple of guys that talked about solitary, and you talking about how they put a lot of you guys in solitary for that long. That's people don't really understand how that's actually cruel and unusual punishment. I'm sorry if I'm bringing up any of that bullshit, but that's especially when you're innocent.
Yeah, I mean there are people. There have been many arguments, and I don't need to tell any tales of the school here. Many people have argued that extended periods in solitary is cruel and unusual punishment, even for death row inmates. So to put people who are pretrial detainees who haven't even been convicted of anything, to put them in solitary for a year is completely insane. It's a violation. It wouldn't be a violation of cruel and unusual punishment because we'd still be pre-conviction, but it would be a due process violation. And so, but you know what's really fucked up too is like they had carte blanche to do what they wanted. This was still early 2021. This was during COVID. So DC is as bad as any deep blue state. They could just say, well, fuck you, COVID. We can do what we want. And they could just lock you up. And that's it. They don't have to. That's it. They don't have to let you see the sun. You don't have to get rec time. They don't give you proper nutrition. You had people losing a lot of muscle, or people were gaining weight because they just fed you carbs. It's pure subsistence. People, like I said, I don't need to go through all of it, but you couldn't even get family visitations. You couldn't even go to church. Like the Muslims could go to mosque, but we couldn't go to church, couldn't get communion, couldn't do any of that. What's fucked up is like they tell you, oh, if you get the COVID shot, then we'll let you do this. We'll let you see your lawyer. We'll let you see your wife. We'll let you see, or we'll let you go to church, whatever. And some people did it. Most people didn't do it because they're like, I'm not doing it. But some people did, and then they still didn't let them do it. They fucking lied. They fucking held them hostage for the shot, and they still lied.
Wow, that's fucked up.
If I could ask a question, hey Tim, do you have a public defender? Or
I did it
private. Oh, you did.
I did initially. I ended up getting a different lawyer for my trial, and I have I had a lawyer who was handling my appeal.
Gotcha.
But I not to preempt you, but just so I want to make clear, a lot of us had decent lawyers, and it still didn't matter because of how the system was deliberately screwing us. So, as an example, if that was what you were going to ask, by the way, I don't want to cut you off.
No, exactly. The whole context of a lot of you guys probably got like normal lawyers.
Yeah, and what happened is, I mean, I'll just say this: even lawyers can have normalcy bias. A lot of the lawyers were just like, this is just any case. I'll just go in there, negotiate, or we'll ask for the evidence. A lot of them were just like blown away. Like, I've never seen this before in my life. That this isn't how it's supposed to work. Even in federal, you might think it's crooked or more than the state, or I don't know. But like, you had lawyers that were just blown away. As here's an example of why it's not necessarily the lawyers. In DC, they fall under federal, and they have the Speedy Trial Act. So you've heard you have the right to a fair and speedy trial. That's in the Constitution, but that needs to be like fleshed out with statutory law. So they had the Fair and Speedy Trial Act. And so what that said was you have the right to a speedy trial within 70 days. So within 70 days, they have to give you a damn trial if you pursue it. You have to invoke your right to a trial, but if you do, they got 70 days. Well, it took me a year and a half. It took me 16 months to get a trial. Because they kept, and you know what? All they had to do was just say, we're not doing it because it's in the interest of justice, or it's in the interest of the public to do this, that, or the other thing. We're gonna toll your speedy trial clock. So it's like you get a clock basically. So imagine that clock. It's 70 days. It's a 70-day period on that clock, and so every day it just. But what they can do is they can just say, well, we're really backed up with all these J6 cases, or hey, COVID's really bad at this time of the year. It's in the interests of justice to not give this guy a fucking trial. So we're just going to toll his speedy trial clock. And so 16 months, none of that time counted to my speedy trial clock. And it's just like, or here's another dirty tactic. They supersede your indictment. So you get indicted and they're like, hey, you got these charges. I don't know, like here's an assault. Let's say someone has an assault. Okay, you're prepared to go to trial. Oh, you know what? we're going to supersede your indictment. So basically they re-indict you with either a new charge. Sometimes they'll take a charge away, or sometimes they'll just change the language in the indictment papers. So like for me, they took a misdemeanor away from I was indicted for some bullshit charge called obstruction of an official proceeding. I'm not going to waste time explaining it. That's the charge that the Supreme Court threw out. It's the fake felony they gave me. But that was my felony. But they re-indicted me, I'm going to say like roughly a year after my arrest, right before my trial, so that they could toll my speedy trial clock and reset it. When you re-indict someone, or you supersede their indictment rather, it resets their clock. So all that time, fuck you. And so all they did was remove the fact that Kamala Harris was supposedly there. She wasn't, but that's what they initially said. It's one of a million lies about J6, that Kamala Harris was in the building. She was the vice president-elect, and she was there, and we endangered her. So they just removed that language from the indictment.
Right.
No speedy trial.
Nancy Pelosi felt endangered, and it was worst. It was worse than 9/11.
That's a hell of a loophole, man. Like, this is a heavy reminder of how important the First Amendment is, and they're trampling all over it here. What the fuck?
Did you, Tim? I gotta ask, man. Did they act? What did they? How many years did they sentence you to? And I
was sentenced to 4 years. By the time I was sentenced, I should have got sentenced to time served. I got sentenced at 20 months into my time in jail. I should have got sentenced to time served, but my judge was like, "I don't like you." My judge was like, "I think that you are a twisted fuck." These are my words. I think that essentially, I don't think you're irredeemable, but this is hard to explain really. But let me go on a slight tangent for those who are interested. A lot of people take plea deals because they quantify your sentence based on a scale using a point system. If you take a plea deal, you get. I know this is arbitrary from your perspective, but just go with the numbers for a sec. You get a 3-point reduction in your sentencing, in your calculations. Your points go down by 3 if you take a plea deal, because it's considered taking responsibility for your actions. But if you go to trial like me and you get convicted, you get a 3-point enhancement because it's considered lying. Even though, of course, you have a right to defend yourself at trial, you get what's called the trial tax. I never heard of any of this shit at the federal level before January 6th, but I had to find out the hard way. The justice system, like I said, prioritizes convictions over justice. So if you think about it, a 3-point reduction for taking a plea or a 3-point enhancement for going to trial, that's a 6-point difference in how you're calculated. And so a lot of people are like, God damn, I want to see my fucking kids. I want to see my wife while I'm still alive. You know what I'm saying? So they're just like, fuck it, I'm taking a plea deal. I can't afford to go to trial. That's ignoring also like the financial obligations. Like lawyers are expensive as shit. So people, a lot of people take plea deals. I'm sorry for going on that tangent, but
no, go on.
No, man, it's cool because to be honest with you, I don't think a lot of people have heard any of this, man, at all.
Dude, I'm
actually changing the title to, that wrongly convicted J-6'er Tim Hale speaks out.
Also,
it's awesome, dude. It's awesome that you're talking about this. I can't believe, honestly. I mean, look, we all know that miscarriages of justice happen, right? I mean, we're not that stupid in life, but this is motivated and absolutely, it's garbage, man. It's garbage.
Yeah, it's not for nothing. Again, take it back to I think where you guys were before with the election. This is what they're doing to Trump. This is why they're indicting him in D.C.
Yeah,
all the other cases might be falling apart, and I think the one in D.C. is too, because that charge that got dropped for me, or will be the 1512 charge that SCOTUS just overruled.
Mm-hmm.
They applied that to Trump.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get him with the same shit they've been using against us for 3 years.
Sure.
That's why they're doing it there. DC is, again, I'm not trying to speak things into reality here, but they will convict a ham sandwich without the ham. That's just right. right? Like that's
we got you, man. We understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down. 100%.
Yeah. If I could interject, there is a certain miscarriage of justice here, right? Like the idea of what Tim had to go through is so much more than I know guys who have attempted homicides or aggravated assault charges who get off with a more lenient sentence than what Tim ever did. Like I'm talking about like hardcore criminal guys. Like they should be locked up forever.
We had murderers in the DC jail, not with us, because they took all the J6 guys and they segregated them in one wing of the jail. This is kind of a funny story. The main jail is called CDF, Central Detention Facility. They put us in CTF, Central Treatment Facility. It was basically the medical wing where they kept people who were fucked up or people who had like mental issues. So they basically kept us in a nut house. And I always joke that the DC jail was a mix of an insane asylum and an FBI field office, because like a third of the people they planted in there, they planted fucking snitches in there with us to fuck our cases up too. That's a whole other angle.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
but I mean,
right along with it.
You got it's crazy because like when we finally got out of solitary and like we're able to like watch the shitty local, biased liberal DC news, it's just like, oh, local rapist gets or a woman drove over a kid or some shit like that. And it's just like all these fucked up stories is just like nothing happens. They're released on bail or they get a slap on the wrist. They get probation, this, that, the other thing. And it's just like my buddy Pete got 14 years. They said it was because of his criminal history. He got 14 years because he beat up a snitch named Brian Mock, who literally wrote 40 fucking pages, 40 pages of shit to incriminate him and give to the prosecutors in the courts. He literally put it in his face. He's like, this is for your own good. I watched it. He literally was writing a 40-page snitch report about this dude in the jail with him and sending it to the court. And because he fought him and he defended himself, he got 14 years. That's the same judge, by the way, who gave the fucking Oath Keepers 20 years and 8 years and this, that, and the other thing for going in there saying that they planned to overthrow the government when they were really there on a security detail. It's just like, you have no idea how they framed so many fucking people. And it's just like, the way they did me, like, okay, whatever, I can move on. I just need to, whatever, talk more and people realize it's bullshit. But like, there was a guy I was locked up with. His name was Julian Cater. He was accused of killing that cop officer Sicknick, who died like the next day of natural causes. But they said they said somebody threw a fire hydrant at his head and he died that way. That was a lie. Then they said, oh, well, because he got maced, that killed him, which is not true. The autopsy showed he died of natural causes. But this fucking kid, I say kid, he's 37. He's like 3 years older than me, but he's a very good religious man. He sprayed the cops because they sprayed him first. And his co-defendant, I'm not even going to get his co-defendant what he did, but fucking, it's not a good story of how some people defended. Anyway, fucking, this dude's doing 7 years in a federal prison up in Connecticut now. So it's just like 7 years, all because of a narrative. They know he didn't fucking kill that cop. But he's going to go through the rest of his life, Julian Cater, being called a cop killer when that never fucking happened. So they can call me a fucking fascist or whatever the fuck. They do that to a lot of people. But like, that dude's going to be known as a murderer, and he did nothing wrong.
But he did you guys dirty as fuck.
Dude, I know. There were stories about murderers not even getting 2 years. Just recently. I mean, for you to get 3 years, man. And
I'm fortunate. I'm fortunate because, like I said, they sentenced me to 4 years. I only had to do 3 because Trump signed the First Step Act. So I was able to get what they call First Step Act credits. And by the way, normally in federal time, you only do 85% of your sentence. It's called good time credit. With the First Step Act, you get a little more time if you have a good record or whatever. So because I wasn't a felon before that, and they calculate this, that, the other thing, it's just like, okay, I got out at 3 years. Now I was supposed to vote. I can.
Oh, you can?
Because I'm in New Jersey, and they let felons vote.
Okay. Yeah,
that's the one saving grace. I don't get gun rights. I wasn't like a big gun guy before, but like, I mean, you got people. It's fucking crazy. Like, people, you're ignoring the stigma and the narrative.
Even if Trump pardons you, let's just say that he's got a list, right? He's got all 200 or 300 names on it. He goes down the list. He goes, no, this guy's an informant. No, this guy's good. This guy's cool. And he gets down to Tim Hale. And he says, I don't know Tim Hale, but I've seen his stuff on X. He's kind of funny. Let's make some stuff happen here for Tim Hale. Commute his sentence. Everything's, it's erased. He's not a felon anymore. Pardoned, all of that. Even if he did that, your life is still fucked.
Well,
right? I mean,
you know what?
I mean, nothing's going to make you whole, dude. Nothing, right?
That could be true, but,
I mean, $1 million would certainly help, but,
I like to think of it this way. Everybody has to bear their cross. And
sure. Yeah.
Well said.
The fact that I endured this, I think, is a blessing in itself. I'm not out. Look, it would be great if everybody could get reimbursed for what they've endured. That would be great. I literally will just settle for the truth getting out, and 2, my friends getting out.
That's amazing, dude. That's one of the best comments ever. I mean, we're gonna clip the shit out of that. That's gonna be a fucking everywhere.
Yeah, based.
Yeah, and I might be speaking out of place here. I don't know how you feel about Fresh and Fit, but I'm friends with Myron and Fresh and Big Mo and Bills and Chris. I know the Fresh and Fit team. I'm the quote internet guy. I know you said you want to keep a low profile and maybe you don't fuck with Fresh and Fit, but if you wanted to speak out on their platform, you might be able to get an opportunity if you want it.
Yes.
So
yes.
I will. I'll definitely think about that. What's funny is that this is going to sound kind of, I don't know, retarded or funny, but like, here's another thing that's interesting. Not to derail what you said. It's really to demonstrate like how difficult this actually is. I have to get permission from my probation officer, who's a very nice person, by the way. I actually got pretty lucky with that. But a lot of us, after we serve our sentences, we still have 3 years of probation or supervised release, this, that, and the other thing, and you can't travel. It's very rare. And so it's just like,
yeah, I was already kind of assuming that, but I was saying that would be a logistic that you, like I said, if you wanted to do a remote interview, because you could do remote through like StreamYard, just like this. They've done it with plenty of people that can't travel for various reasons. And I know the reason why I'm even bringing it up is because I know Myron wants to talk about stuff like this with guys like you, and you seem very respectable. So I'm going to do the obvious thing as a man into networking. But once again, you're an asshole and you're honest with your flaws. That's respectable in and of itself, ironically.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hell
so once again, like, you're conducting yourself in a respectable manner, and you have a good cause. So as a guy that believes in that, like I said, that I know some people, I can't make any guarantees, but if you, like I said, I'll make that connection for you if I can.
I absolutely,
if you need time to think about it.
I do got to think about that. I gotta work some stuff out with that, but I just want to say I do appreciate that. That's actually very awesome of you. You didn't have to offer that, and I do appreciate that, and I appreciate you even having me on to fucking, again, verbal diarrhea. I do appreciate that.
Dude, you were always
you gave me information. You gave me the gift of information. Like, you told me some loopholes and shit like that, how they can give you that infinite court date bullshit. I didn't know that was even a thing. Now I know, so thank you.
And knowing is half the battle.
Gotta be honest. I gotta be honest, man. I was really looking at, like, tonight was gonna be like a really chill, like, I was gonna have a few people up, and I was talking about some of the drama that's, all the bullshit's going on, and I didn't realize that you were going to be in the chat, man. I really appreciate you coming up and talking, and you're welcome here literally anytime. You're welcome to come on anytime. Because even if we don't talk about Gen 6, I mean, we're getting all this out here now, right? So that's cool. And next time we can talk about, other funny shit. We can talk about Destiny. We can make fun of Destiny all you want. And because
I've got a golden ticket.
Destiny is a stripper name, by the way.
That's true. It's a girl's name.
or knowing him, probably an escort. But yeah,
right.
Yeah. The
made myself sad.
And and I was really glad that I was actually really impressed that you stood up for Andrew the way you did on X. That was cool. That was very cool of you to do. And the fact that you got me up there where I could at least try to help that poor girl find her way.
Sharing is caring. That was it was my moral obligation. Yeah, I was happy to jump in there. I don't like seeing again. I'm a troll, but I don't like seeing people get dogpiled for bullshit reasons. And so I always try to punch up, not punch down.
Yeah.
And so again, maybe trolling that Protestant, who the fuck she is, the non-denominational idiot. Maybe trolling her. Maybe that was mean. I don't know. But I thought it was appropriate when she's literally gossiping and trying to talk shit about a guy who's not there, especially his wife, after she cheated in a debate. I actually used to be a debater. I didn't really get into this. When I used to live stream, I actually had a show called Debate Club. And I would debate pretty much any position on anything. And so I appreciate.
Yeah.
And I appreciate anybody who will have discourse in good faith. And I've seen Andrew do that quite a bit. And so I understand why people from their perspective, he's he's mean and he smokes. It's okay. But I actually, I appreciate the verbal arts. And so I wanted to jump in there because you
did very well, by the way. You kept her on an even keel as best you could. And you were able to get other people up.
I use the Socratic method. I try to, I think it very often it actually, even when someone's unhinged and they're just all over the place, sometimes the Socratic method by the end of it may get someone to be oh, I'm the idiot. Or maybe I need to think about this a little more. I appreciate that, that wasn't going to happen there, but
well, you tried.
Yeah,
you tried.
And that's what counts. It
was interesting. The whole thing was interesting. That poor girl was just lost. Poor thing. But apparently, originally I was actually kind of she just got beat down. And, she just really wasn't ready for the blood sport of debating with Andrew or Rachel. But then I found out, I did a little research, and this is just her MO, right? She starts crap, and then she will have these discussions where her husband takes part, and for whatever it's worth.
What's funny? I actually initially just intended to jump in there to just be hey, it wasn't even necessarily to defend Andrew.
Yeah.
I wanted to do that. It was actually to defend the moderator, because I listened to that whole thing and everyone's beating that guy down. I felt really bad for that guy.
She was totally bad faith. She really was.
He did nothing wrong. And it's just she cheated, she lost, she cheated, and she lost even though she cheated. And it's just to have this pity party of it was the simps, but it's just the gaslighting crew, and it's just I don't know something.
And it was solid what you did, actually, really solid. I mean, Nick, the vengeful truther, would like to know what your probation officer allows you to talk about. I'm assuming that whatever you want, since you have the First Amendment, but I don't know.
Please don't. I hope this isn't going to lead into something that will. I mean, I think I generally can speak pretty freely about my beliefs or anything like that, but or debate things. I've never had an issue with that. I'm not going to advocate criminality. Sure. I'm not going to say anything that's threatening to whoever the fuck. And then third, please don't take me down a path, and not you, Grid, but just anybody that is planning to ask me anything. Please don't take me down a path that's going to help them frame me further as a far right caricature.
No, man. To be honest with you, I have the coolest thing you've talked about tonight is about how all of the other innocent people that you know are innocent, you know, that you need those guys to be out. Like that's like the coolest thing, man. Like there's nothing, you know, honestly, all the rest of it, I mean, we kind of already knew what you said tonight. I mean, firsthand knowledge is great, and it's great to hear, you know, kind of what happened and all of that. But knowing that look, we all knew that there were innocent people that have been hurt, right? But
yeah,
not, pardon me, having that firsthand knowledge of people actually being framed, dude, that's nuts, man. That is nuts.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like,
Shelby, thanks for being a member for 3 months, man. I really appreciate it. He gifts a lot of memberships too, so he deserves a lot of recognition. So thank you, seriously, Shelby.
I think Shelby should be Shell C.
Got him.
I'll see myself out.
No, it's okay. But I actually, I didn't want to interrupt before, but I actually remembered I did want to give you the.
Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Proud of you. Yeah, you know, it's funny is like again, this is considered gossiping, but I'm so immersed into this. The January 6th world or community, there's a lot of like nameless, faceless people caught up in this, and then you have like a few like high profile people, and some of them are cool, but like they don't use their platforms that they've built off of their persecution to really talk about a lot of this shit. And so like it's kind of bugs me. I'm not trying to throw shade at them, but just like I don't see anybody else coming on here to do this with you guys. So yeah, I mean, I absolutely, I'm glad that like, yeah, people got fucking set up and people were framed and people were entrapped, and it's something that I hope that, again, the nominal right sphere on the internet or in culture or whatever will start picking up, instead of just saying like BLM's fucked up, why are you focusing on J6? Again, it's true, but there's a worse story behind it, which is that a lot of these motherfuckers walked into a trap. Again, I can talk about this.
It sounds like there's a lot of entrapment going on. That is crazy, man.
Yeah, based on what you're talking about, it seems kind of obvious that there's a lot of different people in the government that all had their own little operation going on, didn't realize that their own guys are all like basically pushing for the same shit to try to bust people. But the thing is, the people pushing it are all government pushing on each other. Like in the background, not realizing they're pushing for it, because that's the problem. Because there's some other case I can't remember specifically that I remember seeing that got exposed recently, where that people were pushing a narrative or agents were basically encouraging guys to engage in activity that was illegal, not enabling them. Right? It's one thing to enable, right, and then bust them, but it's another thing when you're basically telling them not only to do it, but how to do it.
Are you alluding to the Wolverine Watchmen plot out of Michigan, the fake kidnapping plot of the governor?
I was just about to ask that.
It's the exact same thing. Like 2/3 of those dudes were federal informants. Most of those dudes didn't even know each other. The governor of that plot, Governor Whitmer out of Michigan, she was working with the FBI, but like she knew about what was going on. She goes on TV and says, "Oh, I just found out my life was in danger." She was working. She knew about it the whole time. It was a setup. Yeah, and that was right before J6. They used that to try to influence the 2020 election. I'm not even going to get into it being not fair, because I guess it's YouTube, so I don't want to do that. But but they're still doing that shit. I don't know if you guys have you heard of this group Patriot Front?
Yep.
It's literally look. I don't know what's going to.
I'll let you organize your thoughts a minute. Let me read this super chat.
Go.
$10 from Seriously Shelby again. Thank you, sir. Awkward moment to the guest. I'm a guy. and invited him to the panel. LOL. That's funny. Yeah, Shelby's a dude, not a chick.
Did I call Shelby a chick? I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right.
Was that the Shell C joke?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, like Chelsea. No, like that was just
it's
me and me. I apologize. We're gonna get back.
That's okay.
I mean, there was a disclaimer. You did say you were an asshole.
Organized, and you're we want it was a good intermission. Thank you very much, Shelby, for the $10. Thank you. So,
I mean,
but like I said, the key thing was that caught my eye with that, with some of the details when I was reading some of the stuff on X, was how the agents involved were basically encouraging the activities and instructing. And I'm just like, that's what you do when you're a bad actor. Like you're literally entrapment. You're manufacturing the evidence.
Yeah, that's the definition of entrapment. So it's like it's very hard to prove entrapment, even if you have evidence. Because here's the legal standard: you have to prove, like kind of like what you just said. You have to prove that the criminal scheme originated in the mind of the officer. Number one, that it wasn't something you thought of because you were in the right place at the right time. You also have to prove that you wouldn't be predisposed to do it. So like they didn't. It's like, it's not just, oh, well, here's a bait car. We're going to trap somebody who's inclined to steal a car. It's like, I wouldn't do this under normal circumstances. This dude not only pushed me to do it, like he wanted it to happen, blah, 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 blah. There was a guy, much like the Wolverine Watchman, there was a guy planted inside the Proud Boys. There were a lot of people. I'll just say that. So I'm going to say that, like, I'm not shitting on the Proud Boys. I met a lot of them in jail. They're normal. Like, they're just regular dudes. I didn't know the Proud Boys were real. Like, I thought that was a joke, like before January 6th, I didn't think that was like a real thing. I thought it was just like a meme on the internet. I didn't know that was a real fraternal group like the Masons, like I didn't know that shit.
Yeah, no, that's a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So like you had guys who infiltrated like the Kansas City Proud Boys, like a guy named James Knowles. He was an FBI informant, unindicted co-conspirator. He testified at trials. He was involved actively in breaching through doors and stuff like that. He was involved in the first breach around the perimeter that I mentioned earlier. He was inside the building stopping doors from like automatic doors. Like at malls, you have those roll down doors. He was putting stuff in the way so that those things couldn't close. He was actively involved in breaches. He was breaking the law so that people like me would walk into certain areas not knowing we couldn't be there.
Right.
So that happened a lot. And that was the Proud Boys. We're not even talking about the Oath Keepers. We're not talking like there are all these different groups that pop up, these militias here, this, that, and the other thing. So I'm not going to get.
Well, it's interesting because I think that there were so many feds involved in the Whitmer thing that even like the feds were trying to entrap feds because they didn't know they were feds.
You ever see that? You ever see that video? It was like it's just like a room full of FBI agents. They don't know everybody's FBI. They're like,
that's what I was thinking of. I was
guy has an FBI coffee mug. He's like, not today, terrorist. Is FBI on it? But that's I mean, it does get to that point. I'll tell you, like, people need to be very careful. I was going to say don't join groups like the Proud Boys. That's my personal opinion because at this point we already know it's infiltrated by feds. Right. Not everybody. Don't join fucking militias, especially before this election. It's my personal opinion. You have a constitutional right to join whatever the fuck you want to join. But I know firsthand, I was locked up with people who were trying to get people. They were trying to get us to join a militia inside the jail. There was this one dude. I swear to God, the anarchist I told you about who was beating the cops with a bat. He said he wanted to start a militia and he wanted us to sign documents saying we were proud seditionists and we're going to. The government's a public enemy and we're going to replace it with something. And it's just like, he's trying to
not today, NSA.
Right. Nice try, FBI. But that literally is why I say it was a cross between a nut house, an insane asylum and an FBI field office, because they planted those people in there with us. And imagine this, right? Let's say, what's the number? Like 2/3 of the guys with the Whitmer thing. Let's say 2/3 of them were rats, whether actual officers or informants or whatever. What do you think January 6th was? There were hundreds of thousands, at the time it was like, 1 million people or whatever throughout the whole thing. Like, how many people do you think were there in that massive crowd who were there for reasons? Maybe they were just there not to fight the cops. Maybe they were just there with their phones out, recording people's faces so that the government would have incriminating evidence. maybe they were just chanting certain things to hype the crowd up. You know, whose house? Our house. And then, you know, they're joining the crowd as they march up the stairs, like, woo, you know, like there were so many actors there that day. And I mean actors, crisis actors, people who, like I told you, there was a dude, there were dudes locked up with us. One guy's co-defendant, he said he got caught in a drug conspiracy in 2020. That's why he was at the Capitol in 2021, to get out of trouble for something before. These dudes didn't give a shit what happened to us. You know, these people there who were fighting the cops and trying to cause chaos because they thought it was fun, or it was their job, or they were getting paid for it, or because they were getting out of trouble for prior charges. You know, like, you have no idea. And so it's just like, you got to remember, like, people there in costumes, people there, like, you just don't know what their intentions were. I was just there for a speech. I told you, I wasn't, you know, the caricature they portrayed me as. I was there in a suit. You know, I thought I was just there for a speech, right? And so I go there with this, like, I find this like little 3-inch flag. I'm like, wee, you know, like I'm just, look, really, I could show you the CCTV. It's funny, but it's just like, it's just crazy. Cause like, I'm wandering around. I don't know where the fuck I am. I have no idea. Like, I'm just like, okay, now what? You know, like, and so like they built this grand narrative of this plot to topple Congress and the government. And it's just like half of us didn't even know what the fuck was going on.
It's really interesting because you just said something that is like key, and they basically branded. It's like they built a brand of Jan 6. Like Jan 6 is its own brand. It's like Pepsi, right? it's
definitely not Coke.
It's new, no, I was gonna say it's new Coke.
We can't besmirch Coke, but Pepsi's okay. You know, but,
no, it's that new Coke shit, right? You know, that everybody hated.
Right.
The formula. We're gonna change the formula for no reason.
What's funny is like you're right about like the branding thing, and I think that was the point. I could go into a tangent about how like I low key kind of know they were planning this for probably years, but you know, like you notice, I mean, as the country has been increasingly set on fire by the by the artard who's in office,
sure,
and the other one, what's her name? You know, like it's like you see the country burning to the ground.
You must be speaking of camel toe.
I was raised in a middle class house. Look, here's but like so like you see, I think they really planned to run on January 6th the whole time, and I think that over time people were just like, well, you know what, this is bullshit. I don't care about this anymore, or I think they're lying about that. And slowly, like there's been this slow bleed over time. And so besides Jan 6 and abortion, they really have nothing to run on. That makes me think even more like that's really that narrative, right? That branding, that's really they put so much effort into that. Nobody even fucking believes it anymore. Like people like Destiny will like argue like, but it's like at the end of the day, like the average person people can't pay their bills. They don't even give a fuck anymore. Like they,
right. That's
you know?
the thing, right? You have guys like you have guys like Destiny out there who are desperately seeking to just keep the myth alive. Now, I personally believe that Destiny is a paid agitator, okay? Like, I believe 100%. He's said too many things for me not to believe that, right? Like, I'm just telling you, and look, Turnabout Fair Play, that's my purpose with this channel, is to become a paid by the RNC. Like that's my entire purpose. In 2 years, in a year and a half when we start doing the midterms, I want to get a check from the RNC. A couple $100,000 would be nice, but I'll take what I can get.
Yeah.
And because why should he have all the fun? He's gay.
Stop it. Look. You're actually.
I got Sport Brand. Sport Brand just wasn't expecting that. He's over there. He's on his phone. He's texting somebody, and all of a sudden,
you're like,
he caught me side of his
motherfucker.
You are onto something, which is that the Homeland Security (DHS) has, and all the other departments and agencies do this shit too. I'm sure you're familiar probably with the CIA's Operation Mockingbird from years ago. I think they transitioned from using print and cable media, and predominantly they invest in social media and influencers and shit like that. And there was, without a doubt, I know because I met some of them. Again, the anarchist with the baseball bat marketed himself as a freaking influencer because he had like 40K followers on Instagram. You know, he's bragging about it on Con Air where, you know, the feds have us shackled up. He's like, did you know I have 40,000 followers? I'm like, you fucking fed. Seriously, like, these people want to be famous. So like they'll sell their souls to get out of trouble. But like, but yeah, I mean, Homeland Security and just the government in general, they have black budgets where they spend ungodly amounts of money on snitches and rats. They stage protests. So like, okay, I'm just going to give you an example. Like, let's say, and it doesn't mean I'm taking a position. I have my position here, but let's say you have some freakish, gender disturbed or gender confused thing that some weird group wants to do with kids, and or maybe like, let's say they're doing like a reading hour at some fucking public event or some shit like that. Okay, it is what it is, but it's intentionally provocative. And then you have a counter group that goes to counter protest. And you might think, well, that's just what a normal person ought to do. Fair enough. But it's intentionally being organized by people who want to, again, incite civil conflict. And so all these people are going over there and they're, you know, in each other's faces. And this is actually a very common thing you'll see. You might think it's just people, you know, well, you just have degenerates over here, and maybe you have hardcore patriot, Christian nationalist, whatever over here. And it's just like, people don't realize that Homeland Security, DHS, the DOD, the DOJ, these feds have so many different actors and influencers on the payroll. And you have people who do like organized protests. And it's just like, you think they're not recording your face when you're there? You think they're not getting your name? Hey, sign this petition. Join this Telegram group. Join this encrypted chat group. How do you think they got the Oath Keepers? They were in these. They want you to sign up for this shit so they can get your name, and then they start following you. They've infiltrated Catholic churches. They've infiltrated parent teacher groups or school board meetings. There's nothing they want to. I always make this point as a history major too. The feds infiltrated the Ku Klux Klan and the civil rights movement. You can't get more diametrically opposed. But they infiltrate.
You're actually not wrong with that, by the way. Ku Klux Klan and the civil rights movement were based on if one lost from the other, the CIA was gambling with both. It's been proven, by the way, because there's documentation to actually prove it. It's it's declassified, not undeclassified. Yeah. Declassified now. The biggest thing that I had a problem with
COINTELPRO. Look up the COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program. The Black nationalist group or Black nationalist section.
Well, not even just that, but like
I'm just giving examples of anything. They'll infiltrate anything. The war protest or the anti-war movement. The civil rights or the Black nationalists, like the Black Panthers or whatever, like that sort of mentality, that kind of scene, they infiltrate everything. So I'm not trying to counter signal what you're saying specific. I'm just giving like a broader example. Literally anything they'll infiltrate. Abortion protesters. It doesn't matter how, like, nothing is sacred. They'll infiltrate anything.
Well, and it's why that the only time they lost was in Waco. Was it Waco in Texas?
Waco, Texas.
Yeah. They had all the intel for it, and then they didn't do jack shit until it came blasting back at them.
And even that, sometimes, again, I'm not trying to rewrite the history of the Waco siege, but like, you notice, this is going to take, I'm not trying to derail what you were about to say, but like, you notice half the time there's like a mass shooting or some mass casualty event, and they're like, well, he was on our radar. Okay, so you let it happen. Anyway.
Well, if you just look back like 2 years ago, because the person that just shot up a school was like 2 years ago invested by the FBI, and yet he shot up a school.
I don't know.
Doesn't add up.
Can we get into the specific? I don't know if we should get into the specifics of that.
I don't. Yeah, and it's also
no, we don't have to. I'm just saying I'm
almost an hour long too, so I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes here. Yeah.
Tim, I actually would talk to you. Like to talk to you about this. That'd be cool.
Yeah, we should. K2 Keep on Trucking brought in. It's very insulting that they try to compare Jan 6 to 9/11 and Pearl Harbor. 100%, it is insulting. But again, it's good branding. It's good branding. They again, this is. If you manufacture a good crisis, you need a good brand. You need something that sticks in the mind. Jan 6, it kind of sticks in the brain and all that. So
March 29th is way worse than Jan 6, bro.
I mean, there's so many things that were worse, but they just don't have the brand recognition.
Well, they burnt down half of Washington D.C. and it was never actually like, oh, dude, that.
Yep. Yeah, Waco, Ruby Ridge, all of it. There's a lot of questionable things out there.
Like they only focus on that. Like, oh my god.
I'm not.
I think it's hilarious that the vice president that she Camel Toe picked is somebody from a state where, like, when all that shit was going off before the 6, they were burning the damn place to the ground, and they weren't doing nothing about it.
And she hid in the DM.
That's like right next door to me. I see
the whole
that shit
entire
happening.
time.
Wasn't she offering? I might be getting. Maybe I'm missing context here. But wasn't Kamala also offering to bail people out who were rioting? Or
no. That was when she was PA. She was PA with that aspect. When she was vice president, she hid in the DMC the whole entire time during the bombing, the supposed like bombs going through the drains, bullshit, and.
Oh, you're talking about the pipe bomb from DC.
The pipe bomb and the whole like March 29th. She hid in the DMC the whole entire time.
Well, what he's talking about, though, I think, is I remember hearing something about that there was a fund that with the Democratic Party or something like that she was contributing to.
Yeah.
And that was the group that was bailing out the Antifa people when they were getting arrested for vandalizing and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And that's when she was promoting vandalism for the BML movement. Yeah.
Right. And I'll be even fair real quick and say I think BLM and all that's infiltrated too. I think they try to set those people up. They don't get prosecuted.
It is infiltrated. Do you not know?
I don't know if it's infiltrated or if it's an actual
organized
state sponsored.
Yeah. I should have said that.
BLM
AstroTurf.
I think Tim's right. Tim's right.
It's basically 3 lesbians that did a scam. They did a scam. They bought multiple fucking palaces and mansions, used that money. What did any of the fucking actual black community ever get from that?
Yeah.
Nothing.
No,
they got nothing.
True. That's true. I have to call it a night, guys. I'm basically an hour long. We did hit 9,000 subs during this stream. That's pretty.
Oh, nice.
Cool. That's pretty awesome.
I haven't refreshed, but nice.
And so I'm pretty happy about that. Should hit 10,000 by the end of the week, so that'll be awesome. Guys, everybody that I know that we want to keep going with this, and Tim, I'd love to have you back maybe Friday or Saturday if you're, depending on what you've got going on. It'd be great to have you back on, and we won't always talk about Jan 6. I'm sure you've got a lot of political viewpoints that we could dive into, and it'd be really great to have you back on.
Tim, I'm gonna post the actual Grid 1 Discord into the chat again. So if you actually want to join, you can, and it's easy access for me to actually send you the invite for the link.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, send that, and Grid, I'll see what's going on. I'm not gonna ear fuck you, but I just built a pond for my turtles that were
awesome
held in a closet for 3 fucking years.
Hi, Josie.
But I'll definitely see about that, and I appreciate the offer. And again, I thank you for doing all this, and sorry to hold you up.
No, you're
No,
great.
it wasn't you.
Yeah, you're a
No,
great
yep.
panelist. I just kept, I just wanted to keep going, but I do have to call it. My wife hasn't called me yet, so I'm still good. But I don't want any. We don't want any trouble around these parts.
Yeah, Tim,
So
I
they
did
don't fly
follow you
along.
on X. So if you think about it, hit me up on X. Should be able to get back to you there.
You got it. I appreciate it. Yeah,
I got an Australian $2, which I think is like 50 cents. Vegemite and government cheese for all. John G. 2028. All right, I like it.
Actually, I think Australian dollar is actually worth more than the actual US dollar because they export up the ass.
No, I think it's like 85 cents on the dollar or something.
My World Almanac from prison told me that it was slightly less than USD, like the Canadian dollar. But I think I don't know. I remember the euro was more than the dollar, but I think I don't know. If that's
I'm gonna look this up right now.
Australian dollar is 67 cents a day.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god! Why was I getting told?
That's okay, man. I'll take every dollar I can get.
You just need to annex Australia, and then we'll force them to use the US dollar instead of their.
Oh, they already want to join. They're like, you're more like us than we think.
Do tell.
I already want to join.
As a proud imperialist, I'm hard already.
It's a proud imperialist. So, guys, yep, I gotta go to bed, guys. But Tim, it was awesome to have you on, and again. I'll be back on Friday. I start the show at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. That's 9 o'clock your time there in Jersey. Actually, I have an apartment in Jersey City.
I heard you. I thought I heard you say that when you were talking to Millionaire Bachelorette.
Yeah.
Oh, what did I say? I'm sorry, but I thought I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You mean the guy from Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Philly. He's from Philly.
You said
my bad.
You said you were, what was it, North
Cheaper
Jersey?
neighborhood. Cheaper neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm by the Jersey Shore.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool, man. Well, I won't keep you any longer. If you guys, John, if you can make it back, or pardon me, Tim, if you can make it back on Friday or Saturday, we start the show at 9 o'clock. And we go to about 11 or 12, something like that. And love to have you back. I promise we won't always talk about Jan 6, but it is a fascinating subject to me.
The chat will. The chat will always talk about it because that's just how chat is.
Well, I would love that, but I promise I will not co-opt your space. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm happy to talk about Jan 6 because, to be honest with you, I think a lot of people don't know that much about it.
No fucking idea.
They have no fucking clue. Like tonight was, I'm positive tonight was eye-opening for so many people. And we're going to clip the shit out of this and get it out there and make sure a lot of people see it. So it'll be really cool. But Mikey Balls is going to talk about it tomorrow, and we'll have this all over the place so that more people understand what's going on, the real things that are going on. And I'm super happy you were on. Biking, always happy to have you on. Sport Brand, you were here, and you laughed. So that was good. And Shelby,
hands in the center.
I think Shelby might have hit the bourbon a little early tonight.
No, I didn't. But thank you.
Okay.
How dare you?
But anyway,
that's great.
Guys, I really enjoy all the time I get to spend with you guys. Tim and the rest, thanks for being on. It's that time of night, so get off my lawn, be good people, and wear glasses if you need them.
Yeah, I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means?
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. That's the simplest way to put it.
Wait,
I told me that a husband and wife is supposed to be the representation of God and the church. He said he's a husband. I asked him if he sees himself as the embodiment of God, and he said no. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what is the epistles?
The epistles are the apostles. Are you talking about the apostles?